alive.
Hello, world, and all who inhabit it.
Hey, Moon.
Yeah.
You are, in fact...
4-4-4-4-4-4-4-4.
It's too late. Look at the cruelty.
4-4-4.
Look at all that cruelty.
I am a
Which
good
cruelty?
person.
Every single member of the royal family is cruel. That's the
Oh,
cruelty.
oh yeah. Yeah, we're
Every single
real
one of them.
bastards. Papa, you
No.
have trained me to be a bastard.
It's
Hello,
a
my
good thing the
boy.
original William the Eighth died, because this William the Eighth is much better.
Much better. I don't even remember
He's much
what
better.
exactly
He
it
has
was,
no zeros to be found, unlike
Technically,
the other
he'd
one.
be William the Ninth. No, wouldn't he?
I think he's the Eighth. I think the last one was the Seventh in Crusader Kings.
Right, but if he died,
No,
before
we
he
don't do
be-
that.
oh,
It's
is
you
that
don't
not
get
how
your
it works?
number. You don't get
You're
your
a last
number.
child.
You do not get your number until that crown's on your head.
Oh,
Okay.
is that how it worked?
If that wasn't how it worked, we would be on Sam the 37th and things of that nature.
That's
Because
fair.
you need to understand that a lot of death happened.
A lot of death and a lot of children.
A lot of dead
Okay.
children.
So...
Yes.
Yes, actually. So, have we decided if we're ever going to do any overseas expansion? Because
Not
the New
really. I
World
didn't
does
like it.
exist.
I agree, but I didn't really want to.
Eat your
I
chippies.
was in favor. I feel we have too much to do here in Europe.
I agree.
And later on, if we want to have overseas stuff, we could just steal it from whoever decides to do it on their own.
I think that we really should invest in either diplomatic or influence ideas. I really think that is the
I don't
case.
want either one of those.
The reason I bring this up, my liege, is because with influence ideas, we would specifically get things that pertain to vassals and integrating vassals, like diplomatic annexation cost. Whenever you are annexing someone diplomatically, it costs a certain amount of diplo points per month. So right now we're making 8, and you can full on spend like 11 per month integrating your vassals. The more you spend, the faster it goes, but large nations will take a long time to vassal or to integrate. With diplomatic ideas, we would get increased diplomatic reputation, which increases the amount that you spend per month. But we would also get that with influence ideas. So
I would want neither of those.
I shake Alex. Alex, I grab you by your lapels. You are my remembrance man,
I
right?
would also point out that those are ideas, and that's a ghost council thing where we would all need to decide on them, and who the ruler is doesn't really matter whenever those come up.
this is true. This is in fact true. I'm just presenting it.
It sounds like you're going above your power by making me forget the
He's
rules.
just presenting it, and I'm just shooting it down as that I don't want it.
Oh, it seems as though Stockholm is not actually their capital. It is Oplanda.
Yeah, I pointed that out last time and how that's shit, because the place that they put as their capital is shit, and Stockholm is much better.
Yeah, it is. See, in the mountains, it costs 35% more monarch points to upgrade anything. So they're spending a lot of extra points they don't need to, when Stockholm is much easier and doesn't cost that insane amount to upgrade.
I guarantee you Stockholm will get unique shit on that too later.
Probably. They are the Swedes. Okay. So
they are Skyrim.
What were we planning on doing? We're currently making an ass load of money. Do we have a navy? Like a proper navy?
Of course we have a navy.
But it is a proper
We had just
navy.
built the Conqueror.
That's right. We built the Conqueror. This fleet has 12 heavy ships and 11 galleys. So did we go over how galleys work last time, my liege?
I'm
Vaguely
sure you
told
did,
them.
but I didn't remember or cared.
We
fair.
vaguely told them.
How do we deal
In
with a king like this?
we must
I have
educate.
Alex
It is
as
all we
my
can do.
remembering advisor. That's all.
So the important thing is that heavy ships have more cannons, which makes them better, generally speaking. But galleys have a specific ability where if they are in a coast or in an inland sea, they do more damage. So on regular coasts, they do 50% more damage, as it says there. And if you go to like the Mediterranean, it is an inland sea and they do 100%. So
Heavy ships also cost far, far, far more, both in producing and in upkeep.
yes, but we have all of the sailors we could ever need, so that's not a problem for us.
Well, I was talking more coinage.
That's also fair.
Dollars.
We did get the naval doctrine of fleet and being because we anticipated we were going to make many heavy ships.
Which we still can. We have lots of money
I would
and
say-
we have lots of resources. So
Unless you're like a Mediterranean power itself or some faction like that, you probably want to lean more into heavy ships. We're probably going to be fighting big wars that go across the seas at some point. So us having we also in the future we could have two fleets. We can have like a high seas fleet, and then we can have an interior fleet which goes into the Baltic or the Mediterranean.
we could.
You know, you can do shit like that.
So it seems as though the last thing that we did was break off Lesser Alba, and they immediately made the Gaeldom up here their vassal.
It wasn't exactly the last thing we did. That was a thing we did. We fought a whole war where we consumed some of them. We
That's
were
right. We
preparing
ate some of this
for
over
that treaty to run out.
Which will be in 6 years? 6 years.
Yeah, we were waiting for that treaty to run out. There was a war with Burgundy that happened.
That's what they get
And
for
we ate
being
them.
Muslim.
We've got
There
a
was-
while for that one.
There was a consideration for a war with Bulgaria. So there was a lot of stuff going on.
Who is in a coalition against us?
All of
Nobody
the Muslim
yet.
world.
It's a joke.
All of the deep red ones are in a coalition against us.
All of the Muslim world. They were very upset with everything that's gone on.
They are not happy. But we are the premier power in the world. So we don't really
Yeah,
have
boy.
anything to fear from them. Let me turn
Yeah, I
down
hate
the
'em.
speed a little bit. Is there anything that we want to do before we start unpausing?
No.
Nope.
That's what I know of.
We were building impressment offices. I'm guessing that's happening in the capital.
Oppressment offices?
No, impressment. Not
I
oppressment.
think- I think we could
Yes.
possibly do that.
Impressment
oppressing.
is whenever we make people sailors.
We
Oh,
are
I
in
thought you
fact
meant, like-
making that here in the capital.
Not oppressing. We're not making offices of oppression.
Well, I thought you said impressing, like we're trying to impress people.
It is impressive.
My liege,
I remember that
Duiblesk
one.
the First, being a man of faith, has found an unusually personal way. Oh, that's
Oh yeah,
that's
we've
you.
gotten this before. This is when you're starting to fondle people.
Yeah.
You wanna fondle the Hungarians. You fondled the
Yes.
Germans last time.
Yes.
I'm doing it to everybody. I'm on tour.
You can, in fact, do that. It will make them
He's gonna
happier
go
with
fondle
you.
the Hungarians now.
Or you can choose not to invite them to Sunday Ass and get 15 Diplo points. So,
No.
Sunday
You will
ass?
fondle.
ye will fondle.
I'm fondling.
You have fondled. You have fondled the
He
Hungarians.
fondled the Germans. Now he's fondled the nice Hungarians.
And it worked.
Well-
They liked your fondling.
They liked a bit of the hanky under the table.
The hanky with that panky.
Shall I
We were
send...
also working on producing enough income to be able to make it to where we had many, many more cannons than we currently have. I greatly distaste the number of cannons we have. I wanted 5 cannons per army. You disagreed,
Oh.
and so we agreed that we would have 4 armies that had 5 cannons. And
I
For
thought you were
right
gonna say,
now,
and I agreed that we would disagree.
I believe every one unit that you have above your unit cap increases your overall army cost by 1%. So
It
that's why I don't like the idea of going too far over that, because that adds up really quick. Especially when you're already spending where is it? 57 ducats
got-
per month on it.
we got 2 armies that have the cannons that I require and demand and desire. We would just need to have 2 more, which would be a total of 10 more units, 5 in each.
Do we care which ones?
It doesn't
That one
matter
has
because the
one.
generals float around, but you would want the armies that have the cannons to be placed around Europe so that we don't have to slop fucking cannons all over the place when a war breaks out.
We can do one here in Den Haag. How about we go ahead and give them 5? And then we are at... Oh, that went down.
We just gotta go to war with our fucking the Gaeldom and shit like that again once the treaties come out and annex more of their nonsense. Then we'll get more military infrastructure going, which will give us more slots.
Soon.
You'd also give us more slots.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Is there anything that we want to use our free diplomat on? Oh, look, another random African nation has decided. Oh, no, it's down here.
I don't like the way you said
In
that.
Sicily. The Sicilians have decided they also hate us, so.
Whatever.
You know, if we weren't so gargantuanly powerful, I would be a bit worried about the Papal States.
Is
yeah.
is the G
they're
word
large.
still a slur to them?
Which G word?
I don't know what G
specifically?
word that could possibly be.
The one that they say in The Godfather a bunch when referring to Sicily.
Yes. Greaseball is one that is considered a slur, but no one really gives a shit. But the other term is a slur.
My liege, a general is dead.
Making sure.
They love collapsing. We were doing the horribly tedious but very necessary general rotation drill for professionalism and drill.
You
They
guys.
pass.
Just get a new one.
We shall get a new one.
Every time we get a new one, we get 1% of army professionalism.
We sure
And
do.
we had, I think, when we went to war with, down in Spain, we got a bunch of events that led us getting army professionalism, which was kind of the game.
Yes.
So our army professionalism is actually quite high.
Okay, we don't have the claim down here yet. What about our missions? Yeah, so... Do we have a claim on... Yes, we have a permanent
Yeah, we
claim
have a permanent
on that
claim
one.
on
That's right.
Gibraltar.
So we can reach down that way eventually. And we have a
We've
reason
already
to...
made them so mad.
We do. And if we attack them right now, then the entirety of their coalition will fight us. So let's not do that yet, and I think we still have a truce with
We are
them
not
anyway.
cowards. Attack anyway.
No! We
Actually-
still have to do part 3 of our ongoing civil war with the Gaeldom and Lesser Alba.
Yeah, that'll be
You
a
know
whole
what? Yeah,
thing.
he's right. We do that first.
So I think since we've already established that the English Channel is our main end trade node, I think we should also attempt to start reaching down here toward Venice and Genoa. I think those should be our goals after we finish the multiple civil wars we're going to have.
Are they technically within trade range even?
With both of those? We have...
Are any of those technically within trade range of us?
I
don't think they are.
Technically not. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so that's a later thing. We have to get a lot more Diplotech before that we can start trading down there.
Oh, that's because our vassals would be in there, not us. So
Yeah,
technically,
so I think-
Francia is making money off.
I think you could twist their arm and
Genoa.
order them to give us their trade power, but that might make annexing them harder because that might make them upset.
Yeah, they won't like
No
that, but it is a
annexation
thing that
without
can be done.
representation.
They really don't like it whenever you just start stealing their income. I wonder why.
Yeah, they detest it greatly.
I don't get it.
It's almost like people don't like you reaching in their pockets.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
So in the next war with the wrong Albas, with the 2 wrong Albas,
The
that
false
exist.
Albas, yes.
The false Albas.
Mm-hmm.
We probably can finish kicking them out of Denmark.
Yes.
Permanently and forever.
That should be a thing that we do.
Is the Gaeldom still technically a vassal underneath the Lesser Alba?
Yes.
Okay, so here's an important thing to note, my king. If we totally annex Lesser Alba, what's going to happen is the Gaeldom will be shifted to becoming our vassal. So a potential goal we could do is...
I think we have to make that a part of our peace treaty.
No, I've done it before. If you annex the overlord of a vassal, that vassal like automatically goes to you.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
And it would be particularly easy to annex their overlord because their overlord is but a wee shit.
I do hate them. Yeah.
If we did that, we would become the vassal overlord of the Gaeldom. But then to get rid of them, we'd have to go through. We'd do the paper signings.
And then that was the thing I was wanting to avoid.
The paper signings should theoretically be not as bad because we've taken so much of the stuff that the original Lesser Alba had that prevented that, but it would still be a whole thing.
It would still be a whole thing, and it would require 50
Carpathia.
Yeah, and it requires 50 years between...
Yeah, and it would require 50 years, so realistically, you'd be long dead, and William the 7th would probably also be dead, or William the 8th, or whatever. William, he'd be, I think, the 8th.
Probably. I'm still fairly young, but that is very likely.
50 years from now, what will be William the 8th would be like 66 years old, so he would likely not live to see any of that being finished.
Unfortunate.
So I guess that means we're gonna have likely another 2 to 3 more wars to fix this problem. I'd say 2 is a good one, but it's possible 3.
Try to get it done in 2 minimum.
We can try. That's about all we can do.
Just do your best.
We know for certain we can kick them out of Denmark. We could probably kick them out of Denmark, and we might have enough points to kick them fully out of Ireland. And potentially get rid of any other weird little enclaves they have.
Bird.
Did we ever hire that 4th general?
No. 4th general? I think it was just 3. Oh, no, we can't have a 4th.
No, we have 4.
That's
why we were going to have 4 armies that had cannons.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to just save up for the next military tech?
Military tech always sounds fun.
We should just get it. It just costs 50. We'll get it in no time.
True enough. We now have better ships.
Yes, and that's going to cost a real fuck ton of money for us to upgrade all the
pretty
stuff.
penny.
But all of our ships are now outdated. All of our combat ships, including the big capital ship we just fucking spent years building. And when we upgrade them, not only does it cost a lot, but whenever you upgrade them, their health basically is set to 0. And then you have to keep them in harbor, and they'll like get repaired just as if they were damaged normally. So basically, if we do it, it'll cost a lot of money, and our navy will be out of action for quite a bit.
Probably about 9-ish months.
The repair rate of a province they're in is dependent on like the production level, if they have a shipyard and shit like that. So,
my liege, some shady people are showing up. We can either get better spy network construction, or we can gain some prestige.
Yeah, some shady shit have come giving you offerings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Do you accept their offerings, or do you refuse their offerings? Accepting gives you spy stuff. Refusing shows that you're honorable and noble, and you get prestige.
Isn't my prestige shit?
No, your prestige.
Your prestige is
really
fine
high.
and will never not be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, then I guess I don't need it. Get the help from the Irish spies.
We will, yeah.
The Irish spies will help us. Also, we can start making claims in the Gaeldom so that in case things go badly, we can steal from them too.
I believe it takes less war score to take a province in a war. So if we have more claims against them when we do these wars, we can take more provinces at the end of the war.
Do it. Make as many claims as you possibly can.
Every time you fabricate a claim, it costs more to fabricate another. So Although, I do kind of agree with that. I think from this point until that treaty runs out, we should try to fabricate as many claims as we can.
That is the goal. That last one costs like 45, though. No, this one's 35.
So that
this next one is 40. Or
so that we can try to fix.
Yeah. So right now, I guess we're saving a little bit of money so that we can upgrade our main fleet. Do we wish to rename our combat fleet, my liege?
What will we call it? Oh, it's Blue Squadron? This
That's
ain't
what it's
friggin'
called
Star
right now.
Wars.
What is the
British
War
like
of
to name their
Stars,
stuff
my
that.
liege? Wait.
It'll be what?
I saw.
You had speed mode on.
It just wasn't
Okay,
responding when I was pausing. There were pirates here.
Let's see.
Pirates are stealing from us. So we're going to
I
have
almost
to...
choked on potato chips when I saw that.
So the best thing for that would actually be to build some more light ships and have them patrol for pirates in the channel, which we can do whenever we're done upgrading other things.
Wow.
Send the main fleet in, shoot those fucking pirates.
Theoretically, heavy ships are actually pretty okay with that in certain environments. The galleys are okay. My liege, the rich folk and the church are fighting. Which will you side with?
I don't recall which one I liked more.
Right now, you are more in line with the church folk. But if you say no to the rich folk, then they will get really pissy, and we will start, and they will start fighting against us. They won't rebel or anything, but they will stop making us as much money for a while.
But I like money.
We will still be making money. We will still be positive. It will just be making less for a little bit.
You look at the priest, it's like, but I like money. And he's like, but God, and you're like, but money.
I want hover over those things for a bit. Let me have a look at them.
And there are many numbers.
Yeah, I have to look at the mini numbers.
This will last for 15 years, my liege.
Oh.
It's a long-standing problem.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we have them all shot?
Well, my liege, having them all shot
later
may
on,
be
you
bad.
see.
Later on.
We do have mercantilism that we will be doing at some point in the future, probably.
What did you just call me?
It's
Whenever
nothing you
I
need to
have
worry
that
your
crown,
pretty
I'm gonna-
little head about right now, my liege.
I'm going to invest heavily in it when I have the crown.
Oh, okay. Just decide with the money, man. I like money.
He will side with the monopoly men.
It is done. Also, do we wish to summon the Diet?
Yeah,
We can ask them
Like
for things to
always.
do.
always. Pick the one that lets us build a thing, and then we'll finish it instantly.
We can either spend some admin points to upgrade the taxes in Finn here, which actually wouldn't be too much. It would be like 80.
Be very easy.
It would be around 90 points. And then we get money after. No, we get prestige after that. And the church will like
Oh,
us.
that's dumb.
Useless.
The nobility want us to fight the
That's
coalition.
impossible.
And
want that.
the burghers want us to spend Diplo points to increase production in Bornholm.
Where the fuck is Bornholm?
Find it.
Fucking,
Is that one of those islands in the north that we took?
it might
Find
be.
it.
I see Bornisland.
Come on in.
No, Born.
Born...
Borun.
Bornholm. It is right here.
That tiny wee little island.
Yes.
It is. Oh, it's so wee that I didn't see it in my campaign to eradicate backwaters.
We will get a decent amount of money if we do it, actually.
I
485
want us to
ducats.
do that a lot.
Just do that one. Yeah, it's easy.
It's
We
a
will
backwater
cost
and it makes me
anything.
furious.
Yay, and now we will have money.
Mutters.
And now the burgers really like us. So let's see what
Now
they're
we
giving
can
us.
afford. We can now afford the fucking the naval upgrades.
Yes, we can.
Hooray.
The
Honestly.
burgers basically funded it.
We could probably pay to upgrade our entire fleet right now. So I will have these guys come back and upgrade as well. You see those pirates? Did you see them? You see that?
Look at the picture.
The fucking Spanish Muslims are pirating the English Channel. We gotta fix it.
See the part of boat removed.
Oh,
not General Baffin.
General Baffin, no. He's dead. Get another one.
The Frankenstein.
His name is Bartholomeus Button.
My God.
That's a name. A name I can respect.
It's a very Alban name. You will be upgraded. We have upgraded. And this is just a transport.
What numbers are we looking at for getting new techs?
For new techs, we just got the Diplotech. We've got another 140 for admin and another.
So we absolutely should save up our points to get those unless something like General's Dying comes up.
Yeah. We have any Diplo power that we have is free to spend, but we should try not to spend other stuff.
Generally speaking, whenever techs get under about 700 in cost, I start really wanting them.
Which is fair. Do we want to spend our money on anything, my liege?
Not really at the moment.
We can buy buildings to make more money.
Is there a certain kind of building that hasn't been built all over the fucking world yet?
Put churches everywhere. We need another 20 churches.
Is that what you're asking me? Do you want more churches? Is that what the people want?
Well,
yes.
Let me hear your cries, people. Everyone, put your hands in the air. Give me your energy. I'm powering up that spiritual bomb.
Yeah, let's get some more churches.
My liege.
Let's build 3 more churches.
Building churches will give us more flat income. If we build markets, then it will give us trade power, and that can give us more income in the long run potentially.
He's wrong. You should only have trade. You should only have markets in places that already have decent trade power in them. 3 points of trade power in a province that produces none is nothing.
Why is this peasant talk? How did he get in my council? If he's talking like this.
Shall I build the churches, my liege?
Build the goddamn churches.
Churches being built, my liege.
Little worm.
Yes, my liege.
Once we get basically to where every single goddamn province in this goddamn stupid-sized empire has a church in it, once that happens, we can start getting the workshops built in provinces that we know have valuable trade goods in them and that we intend to increase production in. That's why I've been favoring the churches over the workshops, because the workshops amount of money, you might build one now and it's decent, but later on that trade good might fall to ribbons and wasted.
It seems
Whereas
as though
the tax money is consistent.
It seems as though West Francia does not like us at all. Oh, the Gaeldom has declared independence. So Lesser Alba is being attacked by a vastly superior vassal. And they don't even have an army to defend with, so they're going to get conquered.
Yay.
Was our treaty with the Gaeldom or with Lesser Alba?
Both.
God damn it.
Yep. But now we don't have to worry about Lesser Alba.
I guess it wasn't really an issue, but I guess
if they're separate, that does mean that we can declare war on both of them at the same time.
I guarantee the Gaeldom is going to take Perth. They only have 3 territories total. I would be very shocked if they did not manage to just take it all.
The Gaeldom has like 4.5 years to resolve this conflict before we intervene and make it sure that they're ours.
Which realistically, they should be able to do it in like a year if they actually try. But I don't think they even have a navy. So it looks like they have 1 transport ship. So it might just take them a long, long time just to move shit around.
Well, they got 3 years to like rectify that before we step in and really rectify it.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like they have any actual port infrastructure buildings, so it's going to take them like a good year or 2 just to even make some transport ships.
My house jackhammer's gone off. Can you hear it?
Nope.
No.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
My liege,
Jackhammer?
we have rediscovered the scythe.
Okay.
Ye olde backward, my lord.
I thought we were the most advanced people.
We
are,
were.
but Europe is shit right now.
Although it has been in existence for a long time, the scythe somehow still isn't the most popular tool for harvesting crops. By encouraging peasants to use a scythe instead of a sickle, we will improve the efficiency of our harvests.
We get a small increase to all of our production throughout the entire empire.
Which will end up meaning a lot. Let's see how much it goes up.
So, in the beginning...
That was a whole 5 ducats.
In the beginning, production is dwarfed by taxes. But later in the game, production almost always is like twice as more valuable as the tax income.
Yes. Yes.
It just as the Industrial Revolution starts kicking in.
Whatever you say, just do it.
And yes, Jordan, we have treaties with them, and that does mean that they are in fact not Alba, which is why we are going to be eating them if the Gaeldom does not.
It's the
eat
great
them first.
hindrance of Albans as treaties.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, are you proud of me? I'm fixing the yellow on the map.
To fix the yellow on the map, he took that yellow and he spilled ink all over it and made it several other colors.
Yay!
Now they're all weaker, so we can eat them all.
I hate these. My liege, shall we make trade fleets? Maybe a naval template?
What even are you talking about?
So we have one trade fleet, and it's in the channel. I personally like having my trade fleets have 10 ships in them. It's
like
a good
warships?
number. No,
These would be
trade
light ships. So what we can do, since we have a template, we have a trade fleet that's here. They have 9 in it, and the template is for 10. So we can just hit this button, and we just select this, and they'll automatically conform to that template. So they're making 1 light ship, and when they're done, then we can just send them back out. We can do the same thing for any other.
I think he's correct in this one. We should make another trade fleet and put it in the Baltic.
If you think so, my boys, trade is not my thing. I only know the ways of the blade and the blaster.
Tyler the First is 60 years old.
And the prayer.
What did William Dare try to say to me?
I was speaking to our audience, my liege.
He'd better not be talking to the audience.
My liege, you're 60 years old now.
I'm ready.
You look down, you see your shriveled hands.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm leaving.
We give you a cake with 60 fucking candles on it. It causes a fire hazard. There's like smoke inhalation for some of the guests.
It's like
they survived. Perth has been taken, but Co and Dithmartian are now the only bastions.
I figured that's
of Lesser
probably
Alba.
what would happen.
I figured they would at least try to move to the other ones, but
I didn't
guess
think
not.
they would because they don't have a navy, and I figured it would take them too long to make one to get down there and all that stuff. So I didn't think they would. So as I said,
tried to die.
we're gonna have to, whenever the time comes, we'll have to declare 2 wars simultaneously, which is good because that'll actually increase that'll make the process faster.
It will.
Wow.
Because now, since Lesser Alba is its own independent country, that will be a separate war from the Gaeldom, and they'll use different war scores, which means that we won't be hampered by that war.
Denmark is at war with the Swedes, which means they will be eaten. They're asking if they can move through our territory.
Sweden is uniting their peninsula.
Shall we allow them in, or shall we force them to stay in their home and die?
I think we shouldn't allow them in. I think it should be as slow and painful as possible for them.
Of course.
Go away.
I'd like them to suffer. I love suffering. But it's not me suffering.
I would like for it to be difficult for them to take the rest of Denmark so that we have more time to prepare before we have to end up inevitably fighting.
Inevitably.
My liege. You are married.
I'm married?
You are married.
You are married and she has things... you are married, yeah.
Her family... Her family wants you to do
Alvin.
things to help, and they are, they are asking to help us in return for a potential future favor. So they will either increase the production here in Sligo. They'll increase the production here, but they will consider us to be in their debt, or we can just gain some prestige and say no.
Just do the thing. Do this union will benefit us both, okay?
The king has given a nod.
The nod has been given.
I guess we got to make that place productive now.
Sweden is no longer a great power.
Sweden has lost their great power status.
So who
The
took
silly shits.
They
Telling
had it for like a week.
a random Indian nation is now more powerful than Sweden was.
The score of the Arabian Empire is worryingly high on the great powers list.
The
gap
Arabian
between the
Empire?
Arabian
Yeah.
Empire and us used to be far greater.
Yeah, they are everywhere though.
We need to unite our fucking shattered land so right now.
I don't disagree, but that can't happen yet. We're trying. The Mamluks want to move through. They're at war with the Arabian Empire. Do we allow
Are
them?
they Muslim?
Yes.
I don't care.
Okay.
King Tyler I issues a blanket refusal to any Muslims.
What about the Swedes and their Jewishness?
We also don't like them, but we don't like them we like them more than the Muslim.
So is that a no?
We tolerate them.
I would say no. Because
Wait.
I want their war with Denmark to be as slow as possible.
Denmark will be ours.
Well, Denmark is about to be conquered by Sweden.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be
that's why
ours.
I want them to say. That's why I want them to say decline, so that it takes them longer to conquer them.
Then
That
it
belongs to
shall
us.
happen. I don't think they have any territory except for this, so it should be fairly quick.
He speaks nonsense again, Alex.
They'll march around the northern Arctic bits instead of through our southern not Arctic bits.
Ah,
Our statesman is dead.
Eve Hastings is dead. We have
Who killed
all the
him?
money in the world to replace them, though.
Everyone. Let us mourn.
Since you okay, so I'm gonna say something here, right? My liege, you are old. Okay.
I'm ready to go.
And your son is real proper good at diplomacy.
Uh-huh.
So I would say that we should hire an okay diplomacy advisor, because if you
I was
paid
gonna say, you guys could just kill me.
if you paid for a really expensive one, that's nice and all, but it'd be unnecessary.
It would be.
If you guys think so.
So I would say that you'd want either the spy network creation one or the morale of navies one.
I would say spy network construction so we can make more claims.
Yeah.
Do that. Also, our spy network got a bonus from talking to the Irish.
It's true.
Yeah, it did.
We are currently in
We
the
do have
process
enough
of
to
making these
fabricate
claims.
some more.
love
we already have
fabricating.
claims on everything they own, so
Okay, so that's good. Maybe we should start fabricating against the Gaeldom.
that's what
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
just
yeah.
thinking. But should we get rid of the spy network that we have on Lesser Alba first?
We can, because I mean, it helped with sieges, but now we have ass tons of cannons, so it doesn't matter.
They won't be alive much longer.
And so they only got a few years left.
And we will send you here.
Sing me a song.
No.
I am the king.
Once was a ship that went to sea, and the name of the ship was a belly of tea.
Your tail
Ship blew
all
hard and
about
went
me,
down
me.
oh below, my bully boys blow. My liege,
Professional officers!
What?
We're gonna have a professionalized officer corps.
we have realized
Hooray.
that training professional armies is better than just spending all our money on mercenaries.
Yeah.
What?
We can now change our infantry units. The Gagalak infantry are no longer. We can now reform them if we want, or we can have Landschnitt or the Condata.
Yeah.
But Langschnet are traditionally mercenaries.
We're
Don't worry about
doing Langschnet styled combat.
Oh.
Either the Reformed Gagalach or the Landschnet would be fine. I mean, we do have quite a lot of land in Germany.
I feel that since we're pretty much always going to be on the attack, at least for right now, we could probably just stick with the Reformed Galagleg infantry. Since
But they have guns now, is their thing.
I don't think they do. They don't have any.
It says in the description they had guns.
Yeah, gunpowder weaponry.
The time of war bans in Galagleg was coming to an end. However, Scottish and Irish mercenaries were still feared as fighters, especially invading English armies. Those who adapted to the new techniques were highly valued for their bravery and courage, notably the Redshanks of Scotland and those guys of Ireland. After the 16th century, many Scottish and Irish mercenaries could be found in armies throughout Europe, notably during the 30 Years' War. So, yeah, I guess they would. They just don't have any fire pips.
Well, they do technically have fire, because as our military tech goes up, the infantry have a fire stat added to them.
Yeah, so but they don't have any pips.
That's what that is. No one has pips yet. Including the Landschnet, which we know use guns.
But they're coming. They're right here. The Tercios and the free
it's irrelevant to what you're saying.
Are you disagreeing with your Emperor?
You haven't said anything, my liege.
I said they have guns and you disagree.
You are correct,
exactly
my liege.
What happened.
I apologize, my liege. I prostrate myself before thee.
You kowtow before me.
The Reformed Gagalak would probably be good, because they have a lot of shock, and shock is still really good right now for infantry. So
I do agree. I agree.
And we will likely have more cavalry than other people for a while too. So the shock phase, we will still shatter people.
True. Sardinia and Corsica has been sending spies at us.
With our jigalags and our cavalry.
Our jigalags and our pistolaires.
Delhi is now falling to internal conflict.
Good.
I don't care.
We might care eventually. What if there's a country over there called Katarina's Bengal. Katarnas, excuse me. Karnatas?
Karnata. These guys, they're the ones who replaced Sweden. Or no, they were right above Sweden, actually.
They are a great power. They have Burma as well.
They have a lot of land, it seems. I'm curious, do they have anyone who hates them? I can't really tell.
We have no real idea what the state of this place was when we left Crusader Kings. We didn't really look at it. Yeah.
We never really had a reason to. That is a much farther in the future type thing. If we
Vladimir has grown quite girthy.
They're growing. They're going to be Russia soon.
They're going to form into Russia at any moment.
Do they have Moscow?
They're probably...
There's Moscow.
At this point, I bet you they're going to get to the point where they're just going to have to wait for the Diplotech to do it.
Probably.
And then it'll happen.
They have more people than... Oh, Sweden's a great power again. They have more people than Bjarmaland, which means they have the ability to invade them. And if they take that, then they can take a lot of territory, and then Estonia is already a shit show. So they can be Russia real quick and real easy if they just gun hard.
I'm afraid of Russia. Also, there's a state just off of Hungarian Poland called Turov that's getting a little bit big for its britches. By Nikita III Macedon Croston. He's probably... I bet you that's some Byzantine that got thrown into hell up there during your Middle Ages stuff.
Probably. We shot our DeLorean seed all over the place, so...
Nikita Khrushchev.
They might even be vaguely related to you, my Golem King.
Who... Okay, so if you wanted to ask who is related to you... We can't give you any clear answer.
We can't.
It would be literally impossible.
Okay, so we have options here. So we can either send this fleet into the Baltic Sea or Novgorod, both of which would give us more money than just keeping them in the English Channel.
Is Novgorod within range of... would we suffer attrition if we were trading in Novgorod?
No. If you're doing a trading mission, you won't suffer attrition.
I think you do. If you're inside the sections that hover over the sea lane that's over Novgorod. The physical sea lane itself. Okay, yeah, so it is within range.
Yeah.
What I was worried about is fine.
Yeah, because Danzig is our closest
Danzig?
place, and they can just resupply there.
He is a man that
Danzig's
plays
so
guitar.
nice. So we can send them. I think if we send them to the Baltic Sea, we get a little bit more. Yeah. So we can do
Send
that.
him to my house.
Make a little bit more profit, and then the next fleet, which is right here, they can hunt the pirates in the English Channel.
Get rid of that.
And that will increase the amount that we make per month. This should go away very quickly.
Theoretically.
There it is.
Come on,
There we go.
They are now making 0%. And we are
It
making
increased
60.
our income by like a whole ducat and a half.
Fuck those pirates.
I hate them. They steal my money that I earned. And didn't
We have enough
steal.
money to make a number of more churches, by the way.
We do.
Oh, churches.
We could also make more ships.
We
got
could.
enough.
We have hundreds of ducats. How would you like to spend it, my lord? We could build more ships for the war navy.
You said
Or
we
we
needed
can-
another navy.
not right
We
now.
could in the future. We have no need for we don't really need a big galley fleet yet. We don't have any immediate plans for.
Oh
a big,
yeah, we talked.
yeah. That we would need to want to fight in the Mediterranean or the Baltic a lot for that to be worth getting.
I don't think we really care about any of these.
It literally doesn't matter which one of these you get.
I just. Oh, it's gone.
Trust me, it doesn't matter
we
at
we
all.
got all the useful ones out of that. So
I just picking. I don't care. If you guys don't care, I don't care. You can. flip a
normally
coin on
the
it.
colony one, and that's awesome, but we ain't really doing that. And also, this era is almost over.
When are we doing the Reformation?
I believe 1517, so 10 years from now.
I'm
It's coming.
scared.
It'll be October something, 1517. We'll want to put it in, I think, Wittenberg.
Will you be throwing your money to create all of the churches, my liege?
Yeah.
You could probably make 7 churches.
The Gaeldom has discovered our spies.
Fix it.
Bastards.
Sing me an original song.
I don't want to.
Oh.
We're about to build, in 90 days, our first ever manufactory is going to be finished.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll have an impressment office set up in Deloria, and so what that will do is basically our fish we have there, we'll use the fish to massively increase the number of sailors we recruit from the region of Deloria.
Fish. Eat
Oh,
that
I would
fish.
really hate it if both of those happened at the same time, Jordan. Don't you put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby.
What did he
What
say?
Tyler dying and the
And the Reformation happening at the same time. Oh, look, a general has died during drilling because he got shot, I guess.
Tarleton, not General Tarleton.
That's funny.
Oh.
Put that in the papers. Do we have type print yet?
No,
I'm
my
so
liege, there is
ready.
no such
I'm
thing as a printing press.
I'm so ready for Tyler the First to really shit the bed and then die covered in filth and make his son William clean it up.
I'd really
by
rather that not
having
happen.
the Gaeldom still exist, so he'll need to do that, and also the birth of the Reformation.
I already shook him down last session and said he needs to complete my work.
It's like, I'm going, son. I'm going.
So
My son, this is taking longer than I thought. I thought it was still gonna be 15 by the time it was done, but I'm old now.
That added quite a lot of sailors to Deloria.
yeah, like another 700. Which is a lot out of any individual province.
And the docks increase it by a percentage. So that's why I have my manpower sectors that I like to set up, because just like with markets, it doesn't increase the barracks and all that. They increase them by percentages. So if
My
you focus
liege.
it in a few areas.
If we increase the development here by 1, then we will unlock another building slot that we can use to develop our glorious capital. Shall we do so?
I do like the capital to be real glorious.
Yeah.
Do.
It has been
It's at
done.
40 now.
We can do
I
naval
would really
things.
like a shipyard.
We do kind of need one. It increases our naval force limit, reduces the time it takes to build ships, and it decreases the amount of time it takes to repair ships that are docked there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It shall be done.
Give me Declare.
I want an eclair.
Do those exist?
Go on, then.
He reaches forward and he's like, I demand my vassals, the French, give me all their eclairs.
I don't think they would. I don't think they would be happy about that.
I am their emperor.
They're French, so they refuse flatly.
The Franks don't care as much, but the West Franks, they care greatly.
I say that they shall obey, and that rhymes, so thus it is a crime if they don't obey.
Good.
And then in the Great Declare Affair of 1508, King Tyler
Everything has to rhyme.
My
King
liege.
Tyler I takes the vassalage agreement we have with France and tears it up because they won't give him his eclairs.
We can steal land from the estates because they all like us, and we can make them not like us.
If you do that, we'll lose all of these bonuses we got. We got 10% extra tax income and 15% better trade.
We'll only lose it temporarily. It won't be that long.
For decades, my lord.
It'll drift back up. And we'll be able to do more diets. Shall we steal from them?
Go on a diet.
Well, we can't diet yet. But shall we steal from them?
Do you agree with him on stealing land?
We did get those things for a reason.
We did. Steal?
I can't.
I need the
steal.
nod. No steal?
No, don't steal. No steal.
Okay.
You just cross your arms and pout.
The more land that we have, the more benefits we get. We get extra tax bonuses. We get extra absolutism, which doesn't mean anything yet, but it will mean a lot later.
In my view, the amount of land we have, as long as we're over the negative limit, doesn't really matter until we get absolutism, which is a while from now.
But we do get tax bonuses for having more. And I do like taxes.
But we'd lose the tax bonuses from the clergy, so you'd be swapping one thing for another.
But that'll tick back up. That doesn't go away until it gets
and our
-30.
landowners will tick up on its own anyway as we develop more and steal more land from people from other countries.
Yeah, but that's free development. Free development that we don't really lose anything for. Or not development. It's free land ownership that we don't have to pay any monarch points to develop in order to get.
Right now, we got our people happy, and we don't have we don't have the negatives, so I don't feel like we shouldn't mess around and steal the land. We don't need to.
I don't care personally.
I figured.
You are old and demented.
I'm old.
I point at the emperor and say that, and then just like walk out of the court, and he just looks, and then the King Tyler looks at his heir who's sitting in the throne next to him, and he's like, "Who are you?"
Shall we max out our navy, my liege? We just need 4 more ships to do so.
I think that'd be funny. Do that.
It'd be funny to make all the ships.
It would be funny. Cut down all the trees, make the ships.
I believe next year.
You make me sound like Donnie when you said that.
Next year. We can do the war. Next year.
We're going faster.
It's coming.
We're going into hyperspace.
Oh, your advisor, he hit the fucking gas pedal in the throne room that makes everything go faster. He sees his life flashing away as he ages quicker now.
1 more month, my liege.
Every time he gets up in the morning, it hurts even more.
Stop the drilling.
You're stealing my life force.
We're going to stop the drilling, and we are going to make sure everyone is ready.
Start fracking instead.
And actually, we probably won't
start moving people about and all that.
We can start both wars at the same time.
Have we gotten through all the technologies we were going through?
We are maxed out on tech right now.
So we got an idea up, so we can get more religious ideas.
We can. It'll actually reduce our stability cost.
I want that.
We also gain global tariffs, which doesn't help us right now.
Global terrorism.
It doesn't help us right now since we are, in fact, not really an overseas empire. But
global tariffs will likely never come into play until very late in the game for us.
Oh, the Gales have entered into the coalition against us.
Oh, good, good, good. I'm very glad we invaded Burgundy.
That's fine. Realistically speaking, we could send out people to make them happy.
If it doesn't end up being fine, I'll have your family executed.
That's your family, my liege.
He's not my family.
We are now sending diplomats into the Muslim lands, apologizing for all that stealing we did.
It's fine.
That's what we're doing now.
That makes us look weak, really.
It is what we're doing.
I don't think it does.
He's like, that's what I'm doing, so I don't think it does. So what's happening now, Tyler, to get you up to speed, is there was that war I didn't want with Burgundy. And yes, we did steal land, but it did make the Muslim world really angry. And the Gaeldom, which is now an independent country, has now joined the coalition with the Muslims. So now what will end up happening is if we go to war with the Gaeldom, we'll be at war with the Muslim world.
Yeah.
Which is something that I didn't want, which is why I didn't want us to go to war with Burgundy, but, you know. But hey, we took Burgundy.
We did.
And gave it to the French.
We did.
Gave it to the French.
I feel like this is a mistake.
Well, this war isn't going to hurt us at all. There's no way it can. We're just going to get rid of Lesser Alba. I will say that it's already affected things,
because we declared war on Lesser Alba, right? And we did not declare war immediately on the Gaeldom as well. When we had intended to declare war on both of them, so we can do it quicker. But we can't do that now, because now the war with the Gaeldom is going to be a whole thing.
Also true.
So it has already affected policy.
I'm curious.
Instantaneously.
Why do my advisors betray me?
I'm sorry,
even if we were to do the war.
My king, I'm sorry to tell you, but you made the ruling. We both gave you evidence, and you ignored me and listened to him.
Even if we were to go to war with them, we would still outnumber them. Just throwing that out there. But,
oh my God,
my liege,
sir, did you see those numbers?
My liege, my liege, the burghers are asking for a parcel of land, and they will develop it well, but we will lose 2% of our land.
That's a lot of land.
It will increase their loyalty by 15, making them 70, and they'll give us some extra bonuses. But we will lose 2% of our land. Alternatively, we can say no, and they just won't like us as much, but it won't really affect anything.
They can go straight to hell.
Straight to hell it is. Okay. So
that long belonged to me.
We are taking all
Albrecht.
And we're just gonna wait here until we take all. Also, I think we need an admiral, my liege. May I spend the Diplo points to get an admiral?
Make it so. We are making the admiral.
Don't listen to the German. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Germans have no rights in our kingdom.
Now what I really want, right? And it would suit it perfectly for it to happen during William's reign, right? Is for Tyler the First, I'd like you to die now. I just shove you down some stairs.
Please don't.
I'd like you to die, and then I'd like William's reign to be he has to fight the Gaeldom, which will involve a war with Muslim Earth, and the Protestant Reformation.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Well, I'm gonna put it on you because you didn't cause the second one, but you were responsible for the first one. So I would really like it if that was a problem you dealt with, and I'd like for you to deal with that by the time I'm in charge, so that I can be double right and won't have to deal with it and called that it was gonna happen.
Well, maybe I'll just refuse to fix it, and I'll put that evil on you, and I'll just die.
That would look really, really good on the records.
Maybe I'll
so you go ahead and do that as well.
Maybe I'll just abdicate the throne.
Is that what you're saying?
I'll just abdicate the throne.
In some positive news, Lesser Alba has been officially absorbed.
It has. The Gaeldom is all that's left.
Yeah, so we should declare war on them, I guess.
Make it so. Make it.
Or are we not going to declare
you...
war on them because they have all this Muslim friends now?
No. We were going to do it. Might as well do it.
It will be the whole big war.
Yeah, it will be because of somebody's decisions. Anyway, I guess. Look, okay.
It was going to happen when we started taking more from the Gaeldom anyway.
No, because that stuff didn't generate anywhere near as much anger as Burgundy did. Burgundy generated a whole magnitude more anger, and I knew it would before that war was even started.
The religion factored into it, but the development also factors into it.
You did not say that it would cause lesser. Here, you said aggressive expansion didn't matter because we would just be able to flatten any coalition. Now they have numbers that are almost identical to ours. That was what you said. But anyway, what I was going to say is that we probably need to go to all of our vassals and the like, and we might want to consider setting them onto defensive mode, so that our armies can focus on destroying the Gaeldom, and then when the Muslims come in, there will be the Germans and the French will be there to fight them, and they can hold them off while we occupy the Gaeldom, and then our armies can move south and fight the Muslims.
Do whatever it takes.
Because if you let the vassals do whatever, their armies are just going to leave their home countries, and they're just going to get occupied by the Muslims. And we'll have to reclaim them. And so if you go to their war attitudes and you set them defensively, they'll at least have men in the area that can resist.
Oh, you died a little bit, but it's okay now.
My liege, do we wish to take on a little inflation in order to get 50 admin points, or just get 10 admin points?
I love inflation. Let's get some inflation. Let's go to the store and let's go put some inflation in our cart.
Yay! Do it.
It shall be so.
I like inflation.
I think we should wait until we have absorbed the places we just took before we start going to war again.
Did we not?
Yeah. Well, when you take them, you have to officially you have to fill the paperwork out. And
so stupid.
Well, there's this whole mechanic with states and autonomy and territories and all that. We took over the area, and now we have to put bureaucrats in and stuff like that, so all the taxes get collected. I mean, we could just move on, but then no one's collecting the taxes because we didn't tell anybody to do that.
We make enough money as is. It's probably fine.
It's totally fine.
Just have huge swaths of land where the military is just governing it.
Yeah, it's whatever.
That's a lot of money.
I don't think we really care much about improving monuments right now.
Yeah, it only lasts 5 years.
And that would be pretty significant initial
buff,
investment.
but it doesn't last enough time.
I would say let them get mad.
I would agree.
I cast fuck 'em.
That was basically a thing to where we'd spend a whole bunch of money and we'd be able to. It's a unique thing. The population of England lived on the land under a manorial system. They were primarily tenant farmers who were tied to a particular locality, rarely if ever leaving their places of birth. With the rise of commerce, it has been increasingly profitable for the aristocracy who owned the land to enclose it. The enclosure movement displaced the tenant farmers and caused a movement into the cities. As people congregated in cities, oh god, urbanization's happening.
Yeah.
They became a source of cheap labor for the factories and mines that developed. The concentration of people into cities, however, has also caused a class of poor, many of whom are willing to become indentured servants. So what we can do is we can issue forms, and we'll get reforms. We'll lose stability, and we'll gain taxes, and we'll gain innovativeness, but there will be a small peasant revolt.
Which we can put down fairly easily, but it's that stability that'll be the big thing.
We'll lose a stability, and that'll be annoying.
Or we can just gain a stability.
We can just not reform and gain a stability, which is also good. Both of these are good, my lord.
Reformation is good.
I kind of like the idea of not reforming.
I kind of like the idea of not reforming too, because if we do not reform and we gain another stability, then not only do we make more money, but we will also gain more institution spread when the Reformation eventually happens in 7 years, and that spawns the printing press.
So, my lord, My lord, I hate reminding you of this, but you are awfully old. And when you fall down that great stairway to hell, you will make a stability go down, and we're only sitting at +1, and so we'll be at 0, which means that William will immediately spend quite a few points making sure that we are not at 0.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you do reform, we'll have to spend them now, and then you could reform, and then we could die, and then we'll be at -1, and that's always fun. And so I think do not reform would be much better. If they had asked 15 years from now, sure, but they're asking now, so we shouldn't reform, in my opinion.
Okay, I guess I'll
tax
die.
them.
Well, he's saying things that are wrong.
The German doesn't
I
even
should never
understand how statescraft works, my liege. Don't listen to him.
Yummy.
They lie to you.
He said do not reform.
Reforms will not be passed.
Executions will be instead. on the Jester's family.
No.
That's probably your family as well.
Probably.
No.
You are related to most of Europe, my liege.
You're related to so many fucking people. You can't just kill whole families. Next thing you know, your brothers and your nephews start getting killed. Just like, why did that happen? You ordered it, my lord. It's like, oh shit, I didn't realize.
Oh, you're right. And it was funny.
Dobrzyn wants to move their lands through us. I'd say this is whatever. It can be accepted. Dobrzyn's a tiny little nation.
Yeah, they're these guys, and these guys are the one, or not them. Where are you?
Come on in.
Garov are the big greens right there, but not the Vladimir greens.
You should allow them, and if they fall, you can just take them over while they're weak.
I wonder how the hell that Dobrzyn situation even happened.
Apparently
How did you people let that happen in Crusader Kings?
I don't even know.
You just let this weird little corner foreign.
We didn't reach that far out that way. We reached this area and we were like, let's turn back. I don't think we should care. We can let them through, I think, my liege. They won't hurt us.
It's some nonsense going on in the far east of Europe and the fucking backwards wilderness of Europe.
Will it hurt us later?
No.
No, possibly. I don't know. We've already signed it.
If they have military access with us, then they can't declare war on us, so it can't hurt us.
Okay.
I think it's hilarious that Dobrzyn calls themselves a Grand Duchy when they're just one little corner.
They are so noble.
I think that's smaller than what a normal duchy would be considered.
We've also got lots of Diplo power that we can spend. Do we want to spend it on anything in particular? We can spend it on mercantilism. We can spend it on culture stuff.
Yeah, you can accept more cultures. You can get mercantilism. You can find some provinces that are valuable, increase their production, such as Deloria or London or York or something like that.
All of these are.
What would you like, my lord?
I don't know. I'm gonna leave this to you two.
We currently have a development cost decrease buff because of how happy the burghers are.
People are starting to leave the coalition because we didn't immediately declare war on people, so we're fine. Which means more of them are going to start leaving.
It has now been 3 years since we were allowed to declare war on the Geldom, and we did not. I will point that out, which is pretty horrific.
Mm-hmm.
We could still do it if you wanted. I would just say we still just need to wait until this is done.
Well, see, that's the problem. We're in a situation where I don't want to, but I feel we must because of the circumstances that have occurred.
Look at what he made us do.
Oh no, we weren't able to just do anything we wanted.
Yes, that's a problem. How dare you say that? Oh, fucking Sam and Jordan rolling their graves as a future William says, well, we can't do whatever we want.
If the entire... Look, I still don't...
Vile.
We're so early on. None of this is going to matter in like 50 years when we have the ability to just steamroll through half the continent.
I also greatly disagree with you. I think that you fail to understand the magnitude of how many things we need to do and how quick we
Sneezing
need
with
to
a
do
full
them.
stomach
For
hurts.
me, the only thing that matters right now is consolidating the territory we already have. I don't care as much about going to war with other people.
That in and of itself is going to be a whole fucking thing. My biggest concern. Okay, so here's my thing, right? I want us to consolidate and expand out before they do. And when I say they, I mean I just point to all the foreigners. Because Sweden's getting scary powerful. Vladimir was going to turn into Russia. The Arabians are inevitably going to start taking over all the
Your
weaker states around
Majesty.
them. And we're going to have big fucking wars in the future.
My
I'd
liege,
like to move as quick as possible.
a member
The
of your...
Jester's being shitty again.
Yes. Shall we execute him or not care, and then spies could potentially stay here more?
Execute that fucker.
My liege, wait. Before you make a
We
decision,
put him on the firing line.
before you make a decision, you should hear me out.
Shall we hear him out, my
You
liege?
do it.
Your advisors agree on executing him.
I do agree on executing him.
You should hear me out.
I want to hear how funny this will be.
Make it
You-
quick.
You
Make
should
it
let
quick.
the royal rabbit choose.
No, have
No.
him shot.
He
Shoot
shall be
him.
shot. He's been shot.
Thank God he's dead. Thank God he's dead.
We have so much money. Where'd that come from? It
We just haven't been
happened.
spending it.
So okay, my liege, an interesting opportunity is available.
Aye.
We in fact have so much money that if you wanted to, we could improve. You could fund the upgrading of a big monument, like a big one.
Ooh, that'll look good on my resume.
So there's the Stavanger Church in Norway. That would probably be a good one. So basically, it's a real big church, and it would give us more missionaries and
It's
make
perfect, my liege.
it would make converting other religions cheaper, give us more missionaries, and would reduce our stability costs like in the
You're
long
saying all the things I want to hear. Just do
haul.
it.
It would
Just
be
do
good. It would be good if we had the process of that happening by the time the Protestant Reformation happens, like fucking 5 years.
That would be nice.
it.
Shall
Do
we?
it.
It shall
Do
be.
it.
It shall
It's
be
the
done.
perfect thing.
My lord, would you like to sacrifice tens of thousands of men to make it happen faster?
Yeah.
Sacrifice like 50,000 men for this, my lord.
Come on in. They shall be buried inside. We will make the walls out of their bones.
There we go.
We built the walls out of their bones.
We built the first of the three groups. Okay, so I'm going to tell you now, as someone who's made many monuments, it gets exponentially harder to do the thing we just did again.
The next is 2,500 gold.
Yeah, and you'll have to spend a lot more manpower to increase it.
Oh.
But you've now constructed a new monument that was like shitty. You spent 1,000 gold on making a big church up in the north.
I did it. I was like, why make a bunch of small ones when I can make the biggest one? It shall be bigger than the Pope's house.
You could also make like 6 more churches right now if you so desired.
I'll do it.
More God.
Make it so.
How many more of these do we have to work through? God damn it!
So
We don't.
many.
Every province in the nation is not.
I think we've gotten about halfway through. I think we've gotten about halfway through the empire.
It's.
Somebody
It's
is
so
dying.
sad.
We've lost a
Our
theologian.
theologian's dead.
We can get a woman who does tax
I like-
things.
I like Eve Saunders.
She will make us more money.
She's cheap and she'll give us a tax boost.
Okay. We do need
All 3
money.
of those people's names are Eve. Eve Hudson, Eve Naran, and Eve Saunders.
It's a great day.
Maybe it's a title.
Shall I get you
I
Saunders?
just I am the Grand Eve.
It's an Eva.
I shall get Eve
Who
Saunders.
who controls the Azores, by the way?
Coimbria.
Coimbra.
So these guys.
What about way out there in the west? Who controls that? Is that Coimbra as well? Interesting.
Yeah.
Cornbread.
And let me change a thing.
What have you done?
It's fine.
The art of organs.
I can see.
There.
I
Fixed.
can see everything.
I'm going to
Don't
make
worry
the
about it.
royal pizza rolls.
No, you fool. We are about to go to war.
Whoa.
Yeah, you'll handle it.
My
I'm
lizard.
old and decrepit.
He's
But,
so
like, I
old
can
and
press
decrepit. He
anything.
didn't even realize we went to war with Lesser Alba earlier until that war was like over.
Yeah, I did. It never reached my ears.
That is fair.
We have a bunch of territories because the game isn't showing the pop-ups because they're like, you're really over encumbered and we shouldn't do that. But I think we should do that. I think we should turn those territories into states.
Turn Schleswig-Holstein into a state.
Status.
It's gonna cost us a bunch more admin.
But it will make us more money.
Yeah, it will.
We need to make monuments, you see.
And that gave us probably a lot more trade power, too.
Rename that church Dad's Church.
I can't rename
I don't think
churches
you can
in this
rename
one.
any of the monuments.
It'll secretly be called Dad's Church.
The
Dad's
monument.
church.
There's
You're
there is-
dead!
You've died, my lord.
It's time to go. It's named after me.
First is gone. Now William the Eighth is in charge.
Question
Please.
mark?
I say on my dying breath, make that church my tomb.
Fortunately, in
With
this
all
game,
the other people that built it.
Oh, that would be the first. That would be the first Alban monarch to be buried deep in what used to be heathen Viking land.
But I cleansed it with this building.
He was fucking buried in fucking Oslo in Norway. My God. Oh, we're gonna say that Tyler the First is the first monarch who isn't fucking entombed in the royal tomb in Perth probably because of political problems with this whole Gaeldom nonsense going on.
that would make sense.
It makes sense.
We don't even own Perth. We gotta fix that.
Yeah. It's like a horrible fucking slap to the face. The emperor has to be entombed somewhere else. In that pyramid he built up in Scandinavia.
I got up to get my royal pizza rolls and I never
So
came
do you
back.
remember when we outnumbered our opponents?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Yeah. I'm glad that you're king now.
I'm glad to.
He's catching up, I think.
We will take. We will make them bow down to us. Maybe even prostrate them. I like that idea. Humiliate them. In fact, we will send them an insult. And it shall be a scornful insult. In Greater Alba, Gaeldom is a word synonymous with manure.
Can we rename them Clown College?
No.
No.
We will never name anything Clown College.
Not even the clown college. You'll call it something else.
We'll call it Mime School.
My school. That is fine.
It'll be called Meme School.
I think we should
Be
be
named
friendly
after
with
Tyler the
the
First.
Swedes.
No. Not
Oh
me.
my! Oh, the more rolling in the graves as we befriend the Swedes.
I'm surprised the Swedes did not eat all of Denmark. Why didn't they eat all of Denmark?
Probably because of logistical problems, because I said they shouldn't move through our lands.
Oh, they ate Livonia. That's what they were going for. And Denmark was an ally of Livonia. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
So they really
Hi,
want
Rosie.
the Eastern Baltic.
It is I, the ghost of your father.
Yeah. Tyler the First.
Can I
So
halt?
here's what Tyler the First will be known for. He invaded Spain with the intention of conquering Gibraltar and did not. He did take a bunch of it.
My advisor told me I couldn't, so...
He shattered the nation, leading to a number of civil wars, which were not finished by the time he died.
Yay.
He had France. Really, his reign, I think his critics would call him Tyler the First, the Frenchman, because the people who gained the most from his reign was France, because he conquered bits of Spain, gave it to France. He conquered Burgundy, gave it to France. Alba was
Advisor keep
shattered.
tricking. I think it'll be more like they'll look at the
No.
advisor.
How many times in history can you recall the king's advisors being blamed and not the king?
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah, so this is you. So Tyler the First was Tyler the First the Frenchman, who was the first Alban ruler not to be
Pizza
buried.
rolls are done.
Who is
They
not
are.
buried in Perth / St. Johnstone. He greatly empowered France to a state not seen before.
I am married to the House of Cuba.
Good, because that was scaring me.
Oh, you are.
Is this me?
Beautiful. I think this is you. Unless
I would
unless
have your
the
name.
German is doing things. Have
I'm
we
scared.
decided?
I would like to.
I'm scared of what the German will do to us. I'm scared of what he'll do to our history.
I would like to.
He will
I'm
say
sure-
that's Con College now, and we'll have to do it.
Sam and Jordan's hands would tremble with fear at the thought of him being king.
I'm
and
already
I'm
trembling.
scared of him being king. I don't want him to be king.
I promise not to do anything as a
He will ruin thousands of years of history.
You
I
gotta
promise I will
understand.
listen to my advisors.
Yeah, you'll listen to him, and you'll be like, nah. I technically listened to you, but I heard your words.
I can see you doing
And-
that.
Yeah.
I won't. I promise.
You'll
I
be
mean,
accepting
so-
Con College.
It doesn't really matter who this heir is because you're so young. I highly doubt they're gonna make it to the throne.
Oh, I married a
It's
Dubessa.
a Dubessa.
I love the name Doob.
Dubessa has happened. We didn't even make Dubessa happen.
You shall be another Comgan. We need another one in the ranks.
I will accept this name.
We will tentatively say it's Maines, and he will be put on probation.
Don't
and
you fuck it up,
if
Maines.
fucking, I guess Tyler be the first because we have a Tyler the First already. So we have Tyler.
We
have
Or
Tyler-
Jester.
Well, no, we have Tyler space lowercase b the first.
Tyler
And-
Bravo.
If his reign is a heinous shit show, we'll know.
The French are having problems in their Burgundian areas, but they'll fix it. It's fine.
I'm sure, because they have a bigger empire than we do now.
No, they don't. The Namjoids have
they
left.
don't on paper.
Their coalition is falling apart.
Religious zeal.
Yay! Our missionaries are good.
Too bad we don't really have anyone to convert in our lands proper. I mean, we can convert people in France and stuff, but that's dumb.
The merchants are dying.
Good.
As well they
Um,
should.
Death to capitalism.
How's our what's our land limit at? Has that increased since all of our
No.
annexations we did?
Uh,
No, I didn't actually mean that. The land unit limit for the army.
Slightly. By 4.
Probably if we
Probably.
go through and fix all the territories and make them proper states, we'll probably have enough to get that last army the cannons it needs.
I don't think we have that much that we would have to fix.
Well, I believe making a territory a state gives you a lot more bonuses in regards to all that. We only need the 5 more cannons, so if we get 5 more Slotigans.
Schlottigans.
I'm entombed in another state.
You're
You-
entombed in a region that, just imagine the fury that fucking Sam the First's fucking corpse would have over the fact that Tyler the First was buried in fucking Norway.
By his own decision, too. He wanted it.
Sam the First was someone who executed a bunch of Vikings against advisement because he hated them so much that he wanted to kill them even though they would have been massively useful.
Could have converted all of Scandinavia, but he chose
Could have
not to.
potentially cut the whole Viking era down by like 200 years potentially. And he's like, no, I want them dead.
Well, times change.
And now he's just, his mausoleum cracks from all the shaking.
From all the age it built.
Oh.
That's a lot of money there.
We're not paying you all that money. You can go right on away.
It's like, William takes the control. It's like the first thing we will do is I will take loans and put us in debt.
No, please.
As my first action.
Okay.
Excellent.
You guys, marry me. Marry me, please.
Can we even do that with the religion problem?
I see the fireworks stand.
We can do an alliance, and then they probably will.
I didn't know they were so patriotic.
Yeah. We are now allied.
So fast.
We are allied
Oh,
with
God.
the Swedes, and now we will be married.
Alba's now allied with Sweden.
Oh no, we can't marry because we're not. I guess we're not the same.
They're too Jewish.
They are very Jewish, but they have 47,000 troops. And now, if the coalition decides to attack us, then we would also be able to call them in.
Yeah. The problem is that we're absolutely going to be the... so what you should do is you should send a diplomat to generate favor.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
We gotta.
I was gonna say that's...
We gotta butter them up.
Oh yeah, I forgot you have been playing the game, so you're getting used to the new mechanics. I forgot about that.
Slowly but surely.
Because I remembered that was a new mechanic, and whenever we went back in time and didn't have it when we were doing that game, I was very saddened because I was like, I used it all the time.
Our truce with Burgundy is over. Theoretically, we could attack.
Whenever
them
you
now.
say that, it causes havoc in the future.
Well, what would
Theoretically,
probably
we could take it over and just give it to the French again.
I mean, if I did do it, that is probably exactly what I would do. But if
That
we
is
did do
exactly
that, then we could knock out 2 of the biggest players in the coalition. But I don't really care to do that right now. They're probably
Is
gonna
your
join
reign
the
going to
coalition
start like
anyway.
Tyler the First with a big invasion of Spain?
No.
Is that going to be like a tradition of Alban rulers where they do a big invasion of Spain?
No.
Take a little
Yeah,
bit.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Far less than what they're supposed to.
That would be great.
I am thinking about just going
Sad.
ahead and doing this war, though.
Yeah, you'll have to wait a bit if you want Sweden to join.
I don't really care as much if Sweden joins this one. I more just want, like, maybe 2 more people to leave.
I still would recommend that you do the thing with your vassals and stuff like that and tell them to go on the defensive so they don't just let the Muslims walk in and take all their land.
I probably will. Where are all of our forts? Okay, Germany has plenty. I was wondering.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
I didn't see any.
I deleted half of Germany's forts, and that's still how many they have.
So they would be fine, and it would take a whole lot for them to lose. I think we can do it. I think it's time.
It's fine. I can't blame you for advising the previous king. But I can now fully blame you for anything that happens
You can.
in the record. So just put that out there.
It's time.
Yeah, the Gaeldom. Their capital is the same capital that fucking Ivar the Boneless had all those centuries ago when he ruined William the First. You know that?
I feel it in my bones.
your great ancestors.
My fucking bones, they ache at the thought of a descendant of Ivar the Boneless trying to flaunt my authority.
It's the same capital.
Destroy them. Get rid. And our navy will go right up
Why
here.
does he have no bones?
It's a whole thing. It's an old man from a semi-mythical man.
Oh.
A semi-mythical man who really fucked our family up fucking, 700 years ago?
So long. So long ago.
It's like
They don't even have
700 years
people?
ago.
They don't even have anybody in here. Theoretically.
We have that big balls cannon army in Avernus that'll be able to take
we can just blow a hole open, and then we can just storm the place.
There's a Gaelic army just to the northwest.
I see them. But this shouldn't... Yep, there we go. Because they didn't have anybody in there because that fort was gone.
Oh.
Ha ha ha. So now we just keep taking.
The army at Inverness has the cannons. You can move them into Perth, and you'll take Perth in no time.
True. We'll move them over. We'll go down here. And we'll just keep taking. And I don't really have a reason to move the Continental armies yet.
If you move the main fleet as well outside of Perth, is Perth technically coastal? Does it have a little bit?
It is not.
I can't tell.
It is completely
I couldn't tell if it was
landlocked.
technically coastal or not.
Completely landlocked.
Jordan, are you proud of me?
Are you proud of Tyler the First, the Frenchman?
Who all are we at war with?
He was never called the Frenchman to his face.
Never to his face, only after.
It was always his critic.
I never. Who was my critic? It was just you the whole time.
It was me. I wrote a fucking book about how shit you were as a king. Oh, that Frenchness also comes in because I was talking about how ridiculous it was that you were ordering the French to conquer St. Johnstone during their civil wars. So you are the Frenchman.
Mm-hmm.
You had the French fucking storm the ancient home place of Alba repeatedly as well, and looting the mausoleums.
You did that. More military power. All of it. We will ascend in my era.
There is a lot of incredible heresy nonsense that has happened within the last 20 years. Also, next year is the Protestant Reformation.
I can't
Alex,
wait.
Those are all the bad things that happened. Say some things that I did good.
Oh, what did you do good?
We have to. We can't have
many churches.
We can't have a biased view of history. We do have to have some good, surely.
You built many churches.
Did he do? Oh yeah, there was the churches.
You set up that monument church that your corpse is in up in Norway.
Mm-hmm.
You did technically take foreign land.
I had the Renaissance.
You happened to be in charge when the Renaissance occurred, yes.
The ancient tombs have been retaken. And now we take the rest of our land. Get out of here, you goddamn Valencians. You're not people.
Oh, you can't say that.
There are a lot of people that aren't people in our world.
What's going on with the whole Muslim army situation?
Looks like they're mostly starting out over here, but Andalusia was already at war with a few people. The Abbasids, and so all of their armies are down here.
Okay. So we have some time.
And the Arabians are gathering their forces slowly but surely.
You have an awful lot of cash, by the way.
I do, but I want to save in case we need to buy mercenaries.
That'll take our army professionalism, no.
It will, but if we win the war and break the back of the coalition...
When you fucking said that, it made like a fucking high-pitched sound in like the back of my ears.
I did professionalize the army greatly.
You did do that. You did do a great many army reforms.
And we can always do them again. Gino, what are you eating? You have plastic. Silly dog, what are you doing?
The Great Dog Rebellion.
The not Albans could have defiled our fucking corpses, says Jordan.
They're Frenchmen, they might have.
They're all sorts of weird folk.
Hello, dog. Hello,
Bark, bark.
hello, dog. Hello, dog.
Dark bark.
Hello, dog.
Bork, bork.
Bork, bork, bork.
Bjork.
We have taken. You go down this way. You go up here. You will assist that army. We will take Tyrone, and then we will take the rest of Ireland. There we go. Smash the Gales. That is our new motto.
Okay. Emblazing it on the shields, my lord.
Even more heretical as King William VIII, question mark, declares we will smash the Gales.
Just like the Romans had what was it? Cartaio Delinda Est.
Yeah.
And we just have fucking burn them. That's our motto. Burn them all.
All right then. Like family crest, or has it shows and it has the family motto at the bottom. They're just chiseling in new words.
We're gonna go right up here.
Do you remember what our family motto was in Crusader Kings?
Off the top of my head,
says,
no.
But we are the Gales.
we are the Gales, and these are the false Gales.
Times have changed, Jordan. I'm sorry.
Bring in the Vikings to help us.
No.
He's angry.
They're here to
William
help.
VIII declares, "We will crush the Gales, and let's bring in the Swedes to help us in our invasion." It's so heretical.
What must be done?
Was that the motto, Jordan?
Oh yeah, it was. I respect.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Well,
How fucking
we had
dare you? It's been I respect since like fucking 700 AD.
true.
Mm-hmm.
We
And
had
now
all
we
the
burn 'em.
opportunity in the world to change it, and we chose not to. So
They actively chose not to. It's still I respect.
Well, is it?
well, it's not really.
It will be when the crown goes to my head.
I respect.
Would that mean if this got to a modern era, and the RASPECT song came out, would that be our national Would that be our national anthem?
I don't
Probably.
think so. Does E pluribus unum have anything to do with anything, Tyler?
What?
I was like, does E pluribus unum have anything to do with anything, Tyler?
I don't know. It's a weird song if I've ever heard it.
Yeah, so I don't think so. No.
We have smashed the Gales. So now we take the Pale, and we'll send some ships to take these men down to the Isle of Man. And these men can go up here to the Orkneys. We shall crush all resistance.
Don't forget that little bit of Gaeldom in Denmark.
Sweden's occupied it.
Oh, good.
Which means another
Okay.
You
war
can
will
look at it
happen.
once.
Yep. So now that's gonna have to go to Sweden.
It doesn't have to.
Eh,
But it might.
No.
I mean,
Not
can
unless
you
we
ask
sign a
them-
treaty.
Can you ask them really nicely to make that your occupation?
We don't have to
They-
give it to anyone in this war. We can just do another war. I imagine we won't be able to take
I
everything
know.
anyway.
Yeah, okay. So there's some politics stuff there has happened. Tyler and the audience. So what has happened is our wonderful Emperor William
I am
invited
wonderful.
Sweden into the war, and what Sweden did was they marched into Denmark, and they occupied Gaelic territory, not their Gaelic, not our Gaelic, the bad Gaelic territory in Denmark. And Sweden basically took it and said, well, you don't intend on leaving. So what's going to have to happen is if we signed a treaty where we fully annex the Gaeldom, that little bit of land in Denmark that they annex, Sweden would take it, not us.
Mhm.
So the choice is either we do it now and get rid of the Gaeldom, but make it to where Sweden gets their fucking fingers in our fucking Danish pot, or we put off fully annexing the Gaeldom for like another 10 years.
Which I personally
to
don't
wait.
think we will be able to take all of the Gaeldom anyway. If we max out, yeah, there's no possible way.
Jordan hates the new line of kings.
Hey, well, I guess I was Sam. I was Sam the Seventh.
Yeah, that one didn't count.
That one didn't count. But Sam the Seventh was all right. And the regency that happened after Sam the Seventh died, dickhead the no name. There was like a 12 or 13. Well, actually, it would have been a 15-year period after Sam the Seventh died, but before Tyler the First came to the throne, where some random person who history has forgotten ruled.
Hmm.
It's fine.
We called him the vizier. He taught me all the ways. He taught me all my ways.
His
and that was
cryptic
technically me.
name.
That was when we immediately set up the rule that if a regency happens or something like that after someone's rule, then the person who is playing will continue playing until the next player is officially crowned for Sirius.
And he was educated in the ways of cruelty.
We also said, by the way, long ago, that if Fandasana, knock on wood, I actually did the whole Catholic hand movement over face thing. If we were to become a republic, what would happen is instead of one of us being in charge, we would have to have a deliberative debate on pretty much every decision.
Hatred.
Where we'd have to agree by majority.
Oh, but then the family name would also be gone. So.
It'd be gone. It'd be long gone if that happened.
Gotta fix. Okay, so Ghost Council.
Government reform time.
It is. It is Ghost Council time.
Okay.
So, we are at Tier 5,
Royal
Deliberative
decree.
Assembly. We have to
I want a
decide.
royal decree.
I do also agree, but this is a thing everyone must be a part of.
Tyler, do you like the idea of a royal decree?
So
I would like to know what each of them do.
I would also like to know what each of them do.
That's...
okay, so important things, I guess.
We will not do States General.
I'm just explaining things. States General completely changes the way that our government works. It'll essentially become monarchists versus statists, and they will compete. You bastard dog.
So, while he yells at the dog, so States General, I'm scared he'll accidentally click something. States General will set us on the path of, like, parliamentarianism and stuff like that. So it gets rid of heirs and stuff like that, and it makes it to where there's, like, terms. It's a whole thing.
Get that thing.
There is fully parliamentarianism, which fully is we get parliament mechanics and we become a constitutional monarchy.
You get that out of here.
It is literally
There's
the
a royal
British
decree,
government,
which states that our laws are established by the monarchy and no one else, and if they don't like it, they can fuck off. And what it does is it gives us absolutism. So that will not come into play until the 1600s, but it's important. Also, we are well behind starting the fucking...
Oh, we should do that.
We missed Reformation Day. Anyway, the next one is Aristocratic Court. It'll help our army stuff. So army tradition goes down basically every time we're not actively fighting. And a high army tradition will increase the quality of generals we have and increase our morale. Having an aristocratic court will make it so that our generals, our army tradition will decay much slower. And then there's the general estates, which is a thing that will increase our production by a lot. So it's really good money-wise. But royal decree.
I agree with royal decree because absolutism will be
states.
the main thing that we care about later.
General states is fine, but royal decree. So
the
how
thing to remember
absolutism works.
The thing to remember about absolutism, the main thing I guess to remember is that the more we have, the more discipline we have, and the more discipline we have, the stronger our troops will be just flatly.
Yeah, so every point of absolutism you have directly contributes to the effectiveness of our army. And so having royal decree will increase the amount of absolutism we can have by 5 points out of like 100. So since we are a monarchy and we haven't done any silly nonsense, our maximum absolutism I think is going to be like 90. If we got royal decree, it'd go up to 95. We really want it to be 100.
We do.
100 or higher, preferably.
I don't know. I like the generals thing.
Well, so if there's 4 of us and one of us wants one of us wants one, and the 2 of us want one, I think.
No, it's me and Tyler on general states, and you 2 want royal decree.
He wanted aristocratic court.
I wanted the generals.
Yeah, I could tell what he was talking about. He wanted the aristocratic court.
I wanted the military.
We also want the military, but in a different way.
We do. We want the same thing. We just want them differently.
Fine, I'll go with the royal decree.
Royal decree.
It shall be royal
decree.
decree.
Unanimous. I changed my mind.
It shall be so.
And if we became a republic, every fucking decision would be like that.
Yay!
I want it to be like the Death of Stalin, where every time we have to deliberate, we just all have to kind of raise our hands a bit and to say
We
how
all
we.
raise it's like, and it will be unanimous. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. It's time to start.
Every vote has to be unanimous.
By the way,
I really
Tyler,
wanted the money. I wanted to build a more powerful name.
There's another
Go
movie.
across the lands.
There's another movie called In the Loop, which I know of and intended to see, but just haven't got around to it. It's directed by the same guy who made The Death of Stalin, and it's basically the same exact kind of movie where there's an ensemble cast of like famous people, except instead of it being about the death of Stalin, it's about the invasion of Iraq.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called In the Loop, and it's got like James Gandolfini in it and stuff like that. It's like the Americans and the British government like cooperating in the invasion of Iraq and the nonsense involved in it.
William,
Yes.
do you think you could make a good amount of peace over here that when it's my time to rule, that I can go overseas?
So here's the problem with overseas stuff. Overseas, doing colonies requires us to adopt an idea, and we are massively limited in how many ideas we can adopt.
Yeah.
And also, since they are greatly last forever, it'd be something where we'd all need to agree, and I don't want to do the overseas things. Because I think...
I don't think we need to be focusing on overseas, mostly because if we were to do that, then we're taking up space that we can use to better administer the empire we're already having and going to have.
I want to conquer Iceland.
We already have Iceland.
Oh, we do? Oh,
yes.
Your dream has already been done.
Congratulations.
Your unborn dream.
Alex wants economic ideas. I want
economic
administrative ideas because it gives us more governing capacity.
We're
already getting religion.
Ideas.
Yay.
Congratulations.
All my dreams have happened.
You've done it. Good job.
Conquered everything.
I'm all right with administrative ideas. My biggest problem with administrative ideas, it gives a bunch of buffs to mercenaries, and I will literally never, under any pretext, use mercenaries in this game.
And the mercenary part isn't the important part. It's the 25% governing capacity.
I know that, but the problem is that a whole 2 out of like the 5 ideas in that category are dedicated to mercenaries, and that feels like a dreadful waste to me. Also, you have there's a big naval battle going down.
Yeah, but we're winning. We're gonna win it. It's a lot of... Oh, they do have 12 heavy ships, but there's also 5 transports. We're going to win. We outnumber them. With better ships.
We have taken the Muhammad the Ninth. I saw we took a Karak from them called the Muhammad the Ninth.
They do not appear to have a flagship, I don't think. But whenever flagships are taken or sunk, we get additional prestige for them.
How's the health of the Conqueror going?
It's so fine.
You should spend Diplo points because you've reached the cap.
The cap?
I misread it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought we had more than that. There was the parsec blurred a little bit, so I thought that was at 900, not 600.
It looks like Hungary is
essentially
beaten back the Arabians. So
that's nice.
Yeah, we vastly outnumber them now.
Thank God these Muslims were terribly unorganized about this whole war. Because they did have like 40,000 more men than we did.
True.
Which, it does make me horrifically sad that... actually, pause it right this instant. Start the Protestant Reformation. We've let it live for far too long without it.
I don't know what the thing is for it.
I didn't look it up. It's there's a code for it.
Is this cheating?
We have to.
Otherwise, the game literally cannot continue.
We debated not doing it, but if we don't do it, the game will break, and this will be a long, horrible game where progress eventually stops happening. So we want it to happen in Wittenberg. I'm gonna move the mouse here for a bit, so that I can window this and then smallen that and put that over there.
Well, now that 2 of my goals have been completed, I must think of a new one. Tyler,
Yes.
how is the royal rabbit?
Rosie is a good girl.
In the meantime, I will summon the Diet, and we'll see what they've got to say.
Not the diet. I hate them. They're mean. Papa.
They tell me how fat I
They're
am.
old people. I don't like old people.
We can either spend some admin points, which I don't want to do. We can build a marketplace in Berlin, which
is that the
might not be bad.
burgers?
Yeah.
The
or we can
The
build
burgers.
a fort down here in however the fuck you say this name.
What is that flag over by Gift?
He's your son. You answer him.
Over by what?
That's your son! That is your son!
At the bottom, a little bit lower, there's a thing that says sent gift to, like, what, Sweden, I think?
Send gift to Sweden. This.
Okay, so I think...
I don't know
That's
flags.
just a notification.
What was that colorful square?
It was Africa.
That looked like a pride flag.
It was these
I think
Africa.
I know what we need to do for the Reformation. I think what you have to do is you have to type in reform and then space, and then you'll want the province ID of where we want it to start at.
Well, you gotta look up the province ID of Wittenberg.
I believe if you enter the debug thing, it'll tell you what it is. Yeah, if you hit debug_mode, now you can see the province ID of Wittenberg.
So that's
59. And so note that. And so what you'll want to do is just the word reform, all undercase, space, and then that ID. And it should, quote unquote, should spawn the Reformation there.
I typed it. It didn't do it.
Okay, so maybe I have to
Is
spawn. Okay, so
is it the 59 or the 269?
So what?
Oh no, that's the tag number. So it is province 59. Do I have to put a number in front of it?
I'm unsure. I haven't done a regional thing like that before. I've never had to use a provincial ID thing before. There's also we could so the event for the Protestant Reformation is the code for it's 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So alternatively, you could have the command be event 2001 and then either put in our country ID or just don't put any ID on and see what happens.
So just get a backup save?
Yeah. So just hit reform.
No, so if you wanted to try to put it there, you can type out reform and then do the province ID. And if that doesn't work, then you could, where was it? I was just looking at it.
No.
Then you could force the event to trigger itself, and the event code is 2001. So I believe you would just type event space 2001. And if that doesn't work, you could do event space 2001 and put in our country ID.
Protestant Reformation.
Okay. I'm going to mess with the mouse very, very
Thoughts
gently.
of disapproval against the Roman Catholic Church are spreading across Europe as a result of the increasing corruption of monks
a monk in
and clerics.
Deloria.
Voices are raised questioning the current principles and greed of the church. A monk in Deloria has for some time expressed deep concerns, is now openly declaring his dissonant with the church.
Has the Protestantism came to Deloria itself, the province of Deloria?
No, it hasn't.
Oh, I'm scared.
That really scared me too.
Paving the way towards a reformation of the faith.
Where in the world has it spawned then?
In America.
Let me do the debug.
In Germany.
In
that-
Germany?
Do I?
Debug _score mode is what you would want.
The Germany.
There we go.
Germans would not do this. Church.
Okay.
They would do a lot of things, actually.
I don't see it.
We must quell them then. If
Oh.
they do not like the church, we will quell them.
I don't see him.
Tell me.
We'll wait.
We will wait. But the fact that it has happened means that we are now progressing.
Were we doing the diet thing, or did we make a decision for that already?
We did make a decision. I'm going to be making a market in Berlin. Because we have all of the money in the known universe right now.
I was hoping we'd side with the workers.
I made the economy great.
Yeah.
Go away.
No.
You're too dead. You're too dead to be able to write your history.
Give me a second. I might listen to.
No, you're not.
Like,
You're dead.
You like wave your hand at my ghost, and I like fade away.
You've been dead and buried for years now.
I know. I can still hunt. Damn it.
In fact, it's been about 15 years.
It has not been that long. It's been like 4 or 5 years.
Oh,
I had a cardiac
one of them
arrest.
numbers. Maybe. Who knows?
You can get a religious ID, I believe.
I'm waiting for the technology.
Oh. I am increasingly worried about the state of our discipline.
Our discipline? Or do you mean the drill?
I mean our discipline.
It's at 110.
Because I know, but that's entirely because of
I know we have a
fucking
person,
advisor.
but it's
I
at
know.
105 besides that, and that's still more than most people.
I want it to be extremely more than most people.
Well, that just takes time.
Not
Right.
if we had economic ideas.
That won't
Why do
affect
we
our
not get
discipline.
along?
There is a 23,000 strong army in France.
Yeah, I'm sure the French will get it. They got an army of 32,000. It's
They're
in their
coming.
territory. I told them to defend their territory.
Waska!
If they don't, we need to take that land that Grandpa gave them.
All of that land, it's like
Yes.
a quarter of their whole country.
Just take it back. They obviously
Yeah.
don't need it if they're not going to
Yeah.
use it.
The French cannot be trusted, just like in real life.
They will.
Mad-
They will.
What's
do
their-
easily.
Madrid is very, very Muslim.
What's our diplomacy cap looking at?
Hey, look, our
Looking
discipline is even higher.
They heard
Oh.
me. They heard me being worried about the discipline.
He said, "What's
Oh,
our
what was
diplomacy
that?
looking like?"
Yeah, what's our diplomacy cap at?
We're at 4.
Shit. I was thinking about the possibility of you end up carving out some land in Spain and making a new vassal with it, but I guess we could theoretically do that because your diplo skill's so high.
We could, and if we don't give Sweden this land, then they might break off the alliance anyway. So it's very possible that we would just have an open spot for it. But that would be another thing that we have to absorb later.
Yeah, but I would rather us create a Spain and more territory we take here, throwing that into Spain, and giving more shit to France.
That's fair.
I would rather have multiple smaller vassals than other ones that are particularly big.
The nobles in Sussex, they want to burn something down to make me or to be happy with me, and I don't want them to
Yeah.
burn things down. So go away.
What's the loyalty at for Germany and like France and stuff like that? Where are they sitting at? Are they perfectly happy and fine?
Oh yeah.
Already
Personally,
planning rebellion.
Germany does have a rebellious thought in the back of its head, but
it's a
so
faint
here's a
name.
fun thing. So here's a fun thing with personal unions, right? If
I
their
don't know
liberty
what you're talking
desire,
about,
if
Grandpa.
if the liberty desire of a personal union state gets at 50% or higher, and the current monarch dies, there's a chance that they could use that situation to break off
Mhm.
and end the personal union.
There's a ghost in my room.
So if something
Why?
happens where Germany or France were to get really upset and William VIII just happened to be really old, that would set a wonderful stage for Mainz to be given the crown. And the first thing that happens is like France say we're no longer part of the empire, and
that would be really, really bad.
And then
Especially since you gave him all that land.
it's very, very. That would be very bad. That'd make the Tyler the First, the Frenchman, look extra bad if a generation after him, France rebelled and used all that land against the empire.
Yes, it would be his fault.
No.
Unlike in Crusader Kings, where someone died and immediately they were forgotten, this is Europa Universalis, where every decision has like long-standing like repercussions.
We've learned modern theocracy.
There will be plenty of times.
Okay, Ghost Council time.
Oh well,
boy.
you know exactly what I fucking want.
I know. So, for the two of you who may not be decided yet, I want administrative ideas because that will give us more governing capacity, which will mean that we will eventually no longer be over our governing capacity, and we won't get those horrible, horrible downsides that we have right now. Alternatively,
Alex wants.
he wants economic ideas, which would just flatly make us more money all around.
So here's the cut of it, right? The
Convince me, Alex.
administrative ideas has a lot of really good things in it, but of the ideas they have that we'd have to get, at least 3 of them will be almost entirely useless, because fully 3 of them have to do with mercenaries. And the only one of us that's even likely going to ever use mercenaries will be William. And even if he used them, he's not going to use them in a number high enough for those ideas to matter at all. The ideas that don't have to do with mercenaries are quite nice in administrative ideas, but most of them are mercenaries, and so I don't like that whole tract. Meanwhile, every single thing economic ideas does is great. It helps us in some small way here or there. And when we finish economic ideas, we can institute a policy, which will go with our quality ideas, which will give us a further discipline increase. And so I want economic ideas because I think it's more efficient. The administrative ideas, things that are in it that are good, but there's just a lot of stuff in it that are useless.
We're not going to be doing overseas things. That one was shot down.
So if we were to do administrative ideas, the ones that the idea, what are they called? The policies that we would be able to institute currently with the other stuff that we have would be, let's see, quality ideas, the Liquor Act, which would give us reinforcement speed and recover army morale speed. So if they lose,
that's
morale,
nowhere near
then
as
they would
good as
gain
5%
more.
discipline.
I know. I'm just going over the fucking things. And religious ideas. Is there anything for that?
I guess it doesn't have a thing with religious ideas.
So yeah, that would be the only one.
Economic ideas has a thing with religious ideas.
It does?
Pretty sure it does.
You've,
Maybe it doesn't.
it
Maybe I'm
does
a
not.
liar.
I've been lied to, and now I can no longer agree with either side.
Well, if he
well-
abstains, then that would mean it'd be up to Tyler. Maine's votes present.
I need church-related things.
We already are doing that. Well, I guess
need
we could do
more.
humanist, but that'd be dumb. Don't do that.
I don't think that any of these, since they're administrative ideas, I don't think they have a thing that would interact with other administrative ones.
Fine. Fine.
Hmm.
I will go with the economics.
Tyler?
Money and army.
We could
I do
expand.
like the army.
We could expand the empire and get no drawbacks from it.
We will already be able to fix our. By the time you get those wonderful parts of administrative ideas, we will unlock state houses and stuff like that, and we'll be able to fix it a different way.
We will, but we are planning on getting lots and lots, and all of the development from these provinces is what's going to really draw us back.
I know, and the state houses directly reduce development cost. Like, it directly reduces the cost that development generates.
I understand, but it's still going to be a shitload that we're absorbing. The land that we have right now, for as good as our capital is, for the most part, it's not hugely great. but the lands we're going to be absorbing are going to be some of the higher quality lands in Europe in general. So that administrative capacity is going to go really up, and even though we're going to be able to reduce it, we're still probably going to go over.
It'll take us so long to absorb France and stuff like that we'll be able to fix our governing capacity costs through means that don't have to involve us wasting a bunch of ideas on mercenary nonsense. I hate administrative ideas because it has some things that are very good, but it's got useless things that cost hundreds of points. We are going to need an answer from you, Tyler, at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, economic.
Okay.
It shall be so. I'm not even opposed to economic ideas. I just also want administrative.
Enact the policy!
You can't enact it until it's finished.
Oh, I got so excited.
You're getting a bit ahead of yourself.
I grabbed the gun and I fired it.
But in the meantime, we're taking over all of Andalusia, and we'll just steal all of their money for a while.
I'm sure the ancestors love the way we're running the empire.
Well, they're too dead to care, so...
Yeah, and they can't do anything about it.
I'll try to make them proud when the crown's on my head.
I will build
The pride of the ancestors
You'll-
only matters
you'll go back to being
insofar...
Gaelic?
If
we are
it makes them happy, when I make a decision, I will think, what would one of the Jordans do? I won't care what Sam would do.
What would
Because
great
he had
ancestor
a
Sammy
nasty
do?
habit of being very wrong.
He would
And
kill
I
them
don't
all.
want that.
That's what I'll do. I'll
But
kill all the
I will
Frenchmen.
try to think, what would one of the old Jordans in the old times do? I'll keep that close to my heart.
We're learning science things.
How science are you? What's your personality?
Or killing the
I'm
French.
a cruel
You're
conqueror.
a conqueror. You're
I
a
am.
cruel conqueror. Okay. So if you want to go with that, you definitely need to start taking stuff.
What am I? I am strong.
You are too
nothing.
baby
You're
for you
6.
to have a personality.
You're too babby.
I'm
This
6
whole
years
high
old.
diplomacy thing really is running through our blood, isn't it?
It really
I'm
is.
going to haunt
I'm not
the
complaining.
baby.
We had a wrong one, which might not have been a real one that had a 0 diplomacy. He died. and now
the
it's all
ghost is
6s.
back.
I will actually go through and I'll spend a few points to make things not as backwater. Just because we have the points to spend.
I would put the production anywhere where there's decent resources, like cloth, salt, any provinces that are on coasts for naval building.
So, how do you feel about the haunting of your child?
Well,
There's a ghost in my room.
if he cared about his haunting enough, then he would do something about it. If he doesn't care, then
really-
obviously it doesn't matter.
I think really your body's
I
in
need
fucking
help.
Norway, so I think you're just haunting the fucking people who go to that church you built up in Norway.
Probably. Speaking of
Oh, I
which,
thought you guys lived
can
there.
we-
I thought that was where the palace was.
we can afford to upgrade it again.
Really no. Really no. You're buried up in the snow mountains in Scandinavia.
Yeah, I thought we lived over there.
No. What are you talking about?
Ooh.
Oh, there. Oh, well, shit. Never mind.
Why
You're up
would
in
we
some fucking
ever?
You're in some random, like, rural area with a big church that you ordered built.
Because you decided it needed to be built.
It
I
must be
did.
built.
It gave a lot of good things.
It did.
It did,
Well,
but you decided it
we've
needed
gotten
to
the
be
first. We've gotten the first phase of it. Now we're working on the second phase of it. I want that third phase of it pretty bad because I want that stability. I really wish. Can we just take over all the things in fucking the Eastern Mediterranean now? I want their fucking monuments. They have a lot.
I do too, but
It's like I want them so
Gales.
bad.
The Gales are
also
my
good.
primary enemy right now. Once we take what the rebellious Gales have taken from us, then we can start reaching over into the Muslim lands. But the ancient home must be retaken. That I will say. I want to make the ancestors proud on that front. Especially since the former golem child decided that he wanted to be buried in the Viking lands.
Yeah, well, you made an alliance
there.
with Sweden.
I did.
And potentially could theoretically give land to Sweden as well, which is also scary.
No, it's not going to happen.
Don't worry, Alex. There's plenty of time that he can probably fuck up his reign. He has many years left to live.
At least when I'm heretical, I'll at least probably be trying to be heretical. I'll be like, you know what, let's do this whole parliamentarianism thing.
At least with Parliament, we still have a fucking ruler. An actual ruler who is divinely
Alex
ordained.
is gonna be my child.
Okay.
That scares me.
War's over.
Yeah.
They have decided they're done.
Okay. That was easy.
Yeah, I know, right?
What did you do, Papa?
It's almost like we didn't have to care much.
You shut the fuck up. You were lucky. They had 50,000 more men than we did, and they just happened to fuck it.
We did it correctly.
It's like, that was a bad move when we took Burgundy, and I was proven right that it was a bad move. You just got lucky.
We did the correct.
We did it.
I love the bicker.
I made my ancestors proud. I've taken the family tombs.
You might need to demolish some castles up there. I'm already seeing castles like rubbing up against each other up there. Some of the land that we've taken.
And we can't have that.
One of the first things I had to do, like I said, was I had to demolish half the fucking castles we had.
We'll leave the one in Perth. But this one can go right away. There. How glorious. I am happy with how this turned out.
You got a lot of cash.
I sure did. And we're still making it. Or no, that's from the war reparations.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still good. Sweden's no longer a great power. Do you still care? Do you still like me? Yeah, you still like me.
No one likes you.
Sweden doesn't want us to invade
People
them.
like us?
Which
Could we
works in
have,
our
like-
favor.
Could we have, like, 16 more churches?
I guess. We gotta have more places for Sunday ass. That is exactly what we were supposed to be
Is this a
doing.
tradition now where we have to just buy churches?
I would
we
like-
really should just be
well,
doing
we
that
gotta-
always.
Yeah, we gotta work through this fucking backlog we have.
'Cause
And eventually we will get to the point to where we can build one church and it's like, oh, we have them all. And when we take new land.
But whenever we get better technology to make better churches, then we're just going to go back through and upgrade all of them.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you people will fix... I see.
Alex, I curse you with X-ray vision, but you can't control it.
That sounds like it would give
How much
cancer
does
to
it X-ray?
everyone.
I was going to say, how much does it X-ray? Am I fully seeing down to people's fucking bones?
Yes.
That's a lot of
You
radiation.
can see their organs and
is.
bones.
Their skin is just like translucent.
I had to
Yeah.
start wearing fucking shirts lined with fucking lead.
People are wondering, why are you wearing that?
And then I look at them, it's like, why aren't you?
Swedes, who are you at war with? Or do you just want through our lands? You just want through our lands. I guess that's fine.
You
Sure.
can see that
We
someone
are
has a
ally.
tuner.
We are
It's
ally.
like, we are ally, yeah?
I guess we are
We
ally.
We are best friend.
And more canon.
I can imagine Alex looking at somebody and be like, "Ooh, you got some cancer in your lungs. I can see it."
You know, the Swedes were horrible Vikings, so I do like to imagine now the Swedes are like Mina from fucking Veep. Jordan will definitely get that. And where they're just beautiful blonde people who are trying to be nice, but they're horrible. They're really horrible and they ruin everything.
Well, they helped us fight against the Muslim hordes. They're still
did,
dirty,
but they also-
filthy filthies. But
I also really wanted to throw bad people out of fucking Denmark, and they got in the way of that, and I hate that. I hate that a lot.
I am really genuinely surprised that Denmark still exists. So
I vote in Barcelona.
and
Denmark
we'll
makes me
just
sad,
start
Papa.
working inward.
Talk to your son, who is how old is he?
I don't care.
Papa.
He's probably 8 or something.
He's like tugging at your robe.
Get your just fucking smacks him away. Get your filthy hands off me, boy.
Did any Protestants happen down in Venice or anything like that, out of curiosity?
Doesn't look like it.
What's going on in like the east of Venice?
In the east of Venice, these are all.
Those
is
are
Catholic
DeLoreans.
DeLoreans, Orthodox DeLoreans. Yeah, Catholic, Orthodox, and DeLorean.
Interesting.
I'm gonna learn necromancy and bring Grandpa.
You have ancestors who are like that, so.
Have I told you the tale of the Sin Eater, my boy?
Of the great Lich King who created the faith we follow.
He consumed the
haven't,
sins of the
Papa.
world, you know.
It's like, have you heard the tale of fucking Jordan V?
Ooh.
Nicknamed Jordan Sin Eater.
He was bad.
He did some real bad things.
He became emperor at like the age of 22, and then he remained emperor until like the age of fucking 90 something.
I must learn from him.
And he took people's body and souls.
Mm-hmm. He devoured them in order to purify them.
He took a young girl and took her years from her. Took her whole years from her. He was about to die, and then he took her and absorbed her away. She was like his grandniece, I think. She was like 6. And he grabbed her. She was like napping on a couch or something, and he like grabbed her and absorbed her years and prolonged his life by like another decade.
Mm-hmm. He was such a good man.
You're not gonna do that to me, Papa.
He founded the religion that we all worship, and
Just don't die, boy. That's all you have to worry about.
We also decided he was shot by a guard with a crossbow because they found him floating after he made some really scary pacts, because that happened as well. He made a pact with the devil. Like a goat came up to him and said, "Would you like to live life deliciously?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And I remember we had an event right before he died where he like accepted some dark path from some otherworldly creature that spoke to him from like the clouds.
I do vaguely remember that, actually.
And then he died because he started floating, and his guards saw him and they shot him with a crossbow. And they said he fucking died of a heart attack or something.
Covering their asses.
We will upgrade Lothian. It is now a bigger dock.
We are missing a general.
Are we missing a general? We are missing a
He
general.
sounds powerful.
He was such a good man. You will maybe one day learn to be like him.
He
if you're
was a
worth
very
it.
terrifying ruler.
Maybe if you can prove to be worth his name, then you can learn to be like him.
He was so old that his fucking eldest son became emperor at the age of like 70 fucking 8.
He was really old.
And then he died, and he reigned for like 10 years. And so by the time he died, they actually skipped his son and went to his grandson, who became emperor at like the age of 40. So yeah, that Jordan was so old, and his reign went so long, it like fucked up the royal line for a generation or two.
Powerful people.
It's like all of his heirs, brothers and sisters, started dying of old age before he became the fucking emperor.
We must upgrade more ships. All the ships that we stole.
He had a daughter at like the age of 84 or something like that.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
He did.
Oh,
My boy, would you like to live life deliciously?
yes.
Well, then get to fucking school. You're 9 years old. Learn something. Go to college, maybe.
You haven't
He's a
sent me to
terrible
school
father
yet.
to all of his children.
Do you see
What
what
is
I am?
school?
Do you see what I am? Do you think I care about my children?
He is a cruel bastard, man.
I am exactly
I
am exactly the type of person who would just leave my child out in the wilderness and tell them make it back or don't. I don't care.
Yeah.
Did Grandpapa send you to school?
No. Why are you asking?
In the olden days, it was a great and glorious luxury to be sent to school, but I do think it probably now is becoming a matter of cause, where all the royals are educated.
You must go to school, otherwise you are nothing.
We all must fucking read. We're about to figure out how the matchlock musket works here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to school and learn how to use a gun.
Ooh, we're about to get access to a lot of manufactories.
We are by far and away the most militarily powerful nation in the world.
How much longer do we have until the Reformation era starts? We got like another 5 years on that or something?
I think so. I know that it started to move on to the next one. 15...
Oh, the year is at least 1594.
I don't know why.
It's like, that seems rather late.
It does seem rather late. Interesting.
The year is at least 1594.
We did change the course of the entire world.
Hover over the era of absolutism as well.
That just needs global trade.
We'll see how that goes.
Protestantism is enabled.
Hopefully it's fine.
Oh no, we can't even convert.
No, that'd be fucking silly. I can't even believe you fucking even did that.
I just wanted to see if it was available. We can't even convert to Catholicism.
With your scary clicky fingers that you would hover over any button like that.
It's fine. You worry too much. Calm down, my vizier.
That's a lot of peasant revolts that just happened.
And none of it was in our territory. I don't give two shits.
That was an event with draperies. Is cloth more valuable now?
Drapery, yes, cloth is more valuable now. By
it's a lot more valuable.
20%? No, that would be.
Okay, so now we must start putting lots of production into cloth places.
Like London.
And like England and the Netherlands and the like. We should also start absorbing Carpathia, I feel.
If we absorb Carpathia, then Hungary will be a vassal, and they will actually have liberty desire. So that will be a thing, but we can do that. We've been able to do it for a while, I suppose.
I'm tired of Carpathia and its wrongness.
Carpathia is in fact wrong, and they must be rectified. They've had like 2 provinces for the entirety of our time in EU4.
It's like we're not going to be absorbing Germany or France anytime soon, so we might as well absorb Carpathia.
Oh, we got to get them to like us more. So, fix.
What do you think about the Halloweeners, Alex?
I didn't like them. I didn't like those horrible licorice ones.
The black licorice flavored hot dogs.
Shipyard and Co.
That wouldn't be a terrible idea. Don't really.
The black.
You need to stop talking about this blasphemy, Tyler.
The black licorice flavored hot dogs.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Say that one more time, and I'm gonna come after you.
It's real bad.
Why would you ever say such a horrid thing?
It was something I saw one day.
So Co should definitely be a major fucking
I want
port because it has glass.
Made that. I want them.
It does.
I want their head on a silver platter.
Was it something I put in the oubliette? No, I didn't. Here, I'll fix that.
Oh. We know of the Spice Islands, apparently.
What's about the Spice Islands?
We know of them. I'm surprised.
Oh, we can see them. What resources are on them? I was thinking about it, and I realized that we can't do the cool stuff where we fucking rotate it to make sure the proper spices are there.
We can't see the actual Spice Islands, but we can
whenever you're colonizing, right, and you discover what the resource is before the colony started, what you can do is you can cancel the colony, do it again, it'll re-roll it.
Ooh.
And so when you come in, you colonize, that's actually a way to ensure that all of them are cloves and not fucking fish or whatever.
Cloves must be the thing. It has to be cloves. If it's not, then we must burn it down and try again.
That would be my view on it, yes.
You people don't understand. Cloves are more valuable than, like, anything that Europe can possibly produce.
It's like cloves and coal, and that's it. They're like comparable to each other.
So you see how cloth is 3.6 right now? 3.6 ducats to create. Cloves are 8.
Yeah.
Like at base.
The average cost of a trade good's usually around 2 or so. Also, the Spice Islands have a special ability called Spice Islands, which makes it to where they get like +1 goods. So they basically act as their own manufactories.
I can't believe I've looked at this now.
It's really horrible, I know.
Did you see it now?
Ah,
Say it. Say
We
I
have
saw
we
the
have so many
Halloweeners.
cannons.
I saw
We've
the
got
Halloweeners
more.
made by Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to have to find whoever
Trade
thought
fleet?
that was a good idea. I'm gonna have to hunt them down.
Yay. And now
Won't find
Co
me.
has been a thing, and everyone likes us, so I'm stealing land. Because fuck them.
Oh,
And look,
He can do that. He's in charge.
and it didn't change anything. Except give us more land.
Papa, I have been spoken to someone from the future.
And why are you telling me this?
Because I can't. I'm just a kid. It scared me.
Okay, spit it
He
out.
spoke of licorice
said-
wieners. It was horrible.
Yes.
Papa, can you
We
check out
need-
the window? Is there a licorice wiener out there?
We must stop this horrible blasphemy.
I don't have time for you, boy. Figure it out yourself.
I like to imagine in the last siege of Perth, the castle that had the cursed window in it, the sex window. I imagine cannons hit it and it was demolished in the last siege.
No, we took that out and we moved it over to Deloria.
Oh yeah,
remember?
that's right. You were talking about that at one point because it kept happening when you went over there in Crusader Kings. Never mind. We took that part of the palace and we cut it out and we brought it with us.
Yes. It is
Okay.
the only part that we brought with us.
The sex window.
The original palace
Okay.
is probably destroyed, but we left the crypts intact.
hopefully.
There's been a lot of artillery
There's pro-
barrages and
There's probably been a battle in the crypts themselves.
past
Might have
30
been.
years or so. There's been a lot of sieges in the mystic homeland of Alba.
The beautiful thing about sieges, though, is that you don't usually have to actually send anyone in to do anything. You usually just wait
You just
outside.
bombard them until they're full of dust.
The sex window is one of the most important parts of our family lore. That is bar none one of the most important things that our family is involved with. The Isles. You must be ours. You can no longer hide from us, islanders. I think, since we have 2 admin ideas, I'm going to start focusing on admin stuff.
I
Because we
wish
need to
Sam
start
was
filling those
watching.
out.
I know he's
Sam's a
not.
dumb poopy head who has to work. How dare he?
Sam scares me.
He would just get up and just start spinning if he saw some of the things that have happened this day.
He'd probably just jump into our chat and scream at us and
Probably.
leave.
I think he would take his headphones off and just start jumping up and down. There's a lot of forts just like sitting around next to each other in Denmark. They seem a bit of a lot.
I really
That fort,
want Denmark to be protected, though.
Oh, okay. I was going to suggest demolishing the one in the north, but
But there are Swedes to the north that will betray
This
us.
one, I guess this one could go. I would want one here in Finn, though. We can build one
I
here in
wouldn't.
Finn. That way, they have to go through that before they can get to Deloria anyway.
I that's strategically sound. I just think it's a bit much.
There's no such thing. We have all of the money. It's fine.
Okay.
We got one here in Schleswig, which keeps people from entering the fucking Dane lands. And we got one here in Lund, which they have to take before they can reach Deloria. I think that would be alright. And we can demolish this one. And instead, we will make some docks, though. Because more sailors is always better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to have Marines at some point. Whenever we start doing Mediterranean island hopping, I want to have Marines.
I have a feeling that by the time we get down to the Mediterranean, we're going to be operating with numbers high enough that it won't be relevant. I think at that point, it's like there'll be a small village in fucking Corsica, and we'll invade it with an army of 150,000 men. Probably.
Well, we either go into debt or we lose a stability.
Those are both horrible things. I did feel that the stability of your reign has been rather low.
How much will it take to get another stability? We'll be able to afford it. I think that's fine. We can just bring it back up to 1.
I think realistically, when it comes to government cap, we're fine as long as we don't go over 50% over.
That's
so
fair.
Our current total government capacity is like 1,100.
Mm-hmm.
So roughly, I would say as long as we don't go past around 1,600, then you're good.
Which the rest of Gaeldom shouldn't be even nearly that much. Take care of it, Frenchies. I don't want to hear any lip about it either.
Stupid Frenchies.
The Germans.
Oh, the Germans want us to fucking get rid of some of our claims.
Well, that's not happening.
That sounds like treason.
Papa, I heard there was a German in our court at one point. What happened to him?
Oh, they want.
He was shot. He was shot.
Oh, well.
He was shot.
Well, I mean, it will connect.
He was shot for being dumb.
Do I even really care that much about this? I mean, I can't think of a reason not to give it besides the fact that it's just land that we own. It doesn't give us much.
Don't give it to him, Papa. It's ours.
I'm trying to go through the computations of how this can fuck us.
Big compute.
We don't give him our stuff.
I think you can give it to him and it'll be fine.
It'll just make them like us more, and it's just one territory. It's just hills. There's only grain here. We don't make much out of it, and they don't give us much in the way of manpower.
They don't give us much in the way of manpower because they're Hungarians, and we don't like Hungarians in this country.
That's also fair.
We don't like many people.
Yeah.
True.
It's a thing we need to fix. That was something that... Okay, so that was something that I was actually wanting you to do in your reign, William, because of your diplomacy. Is we need to go through our empire, right? And we need to look through the fucking culture sorter down there in the bottom right. And what we need to do is we need to choose cultures that we feel are the more dominant cultures in an area, accept those cultures, and then genocide and ethnic cleanse the smaller cultures around them out.
So,
you know?
I think we should include the Francian, because that's going to be all of
That's going to be a
Francia
whole
proper.
thing.
The Polish,
Right,
we do own basically all of Polish land that has ever existed. Well, I guess not all of it, but most of it. The Sorbian.
So there's so much. I wish we could make Danish Gaelic, but the problem is that there's so much of it in Denmark. Denmark has so much Danish culture still.
It does.
And that's the original reason I made that decision long ago. Sorbian. Where are the Sorbians?
Sorbians are in this general area.
Okay, so what culture group are they part of?
They're
Okay,
West
so-
Slavic.
So they're the same culture group as Polish. So
Yes.
if we could probably choose Polish, and then we can start making Polish bigger. You know?
Can we do that? I thought we could only convert to. Oh no, I guess we can
No,
do
you
that.
can. It's in the same culture group.
I never mess with any of this. So.
When I was Austria, I started fixing some of the mess that is what they have.
Understandable.
And so I was like, okay, you 1,600 different fucking Balkan cultures, you're going to be 1 or 2 cultures now.
We gave them Obderends.
So I guess we either need to pick and choose if we want to choose Polish or Sorbian, and then exterminate the opposite one.
Well, Sorbian has more.
Polish might have more to the east if we end up taking more of it, but it's either way. It doesn't matter to me.
They do, but I don't care about any of this. Well, I guess Hungary is eventually going to get absorbed, but I really don't care much.
So the Poles are on our get rid of list.
Yes.
Europe has a history of wanting to throw Poles away, and we're going to follow that history.
I am okay with that. And we can just go ahead and... Sorbians. There we go. And what else are we doing?
So now we will not want to accept anyone in that culture group. Because it would be a waste. Instead, we want to throw them away.
And because of our help, Sweden is now a great power again. They keep slinging back and forth, but they're starting to reach into Russian land, actually.
Vladimir seems to be expanding a bit east.
That they do. Until they end up reaching for Neva, I don't care as much. But
you are calm, my lord. You're a cruel, conquering, calm man.
As usual.
Then from now on, I will just grunt at my child.
Yes.
No.
Instead of flying off the handle at him, he'll ask you a question, you'll look at him and go,
we will
You'll strike him without saying a word.
Don't do that.
Hit him for literally no reason. He's like, why? You can also start making World Trade Centers happen.
True.
No.
We have the money for it.
This is true. And actually, I will upgrade
I don't think we have any yet.
Lübeck, and I will upgrade... Where is it?
I think it's in Stralsund.
Stralsund? There we go. You. And there. And that should start making us even more money. Yeah.
I think during my reign, I was really aggressive on trying to put markets on anywhere that had any buffs to their trade power. So anyone who had like river estuaries or trade ports or anything like that, I made sure to put a market.
All good things. Where should I send these guys? We'll make more money if we send them to the Baltic, but we can start getting more trade power in Novgorod.
What you could consider doing is you could put a trade fleet in Novgorod, and you could put a trade fleet in the Baltic, and then you can make it so that instead of collecting money from Lübeck, it transfers it to the English Channel. You could do that.
We do own more in the English Channel. How much are we collecting from here anyway? Since it is now my reign, and Alex and I know how trade works, we're really going to get into trade here.
Oh yeah.
So
Care less.
it will matter. It will. Let's just see how much we make. About 36% of our income total is from trade. That's a lot of money.
And we're not even into the trade part of the game yet.
Yeah. So if we transfer more money out, we're currently making 35.79 here. But if we transfer that out, then all of that would be transferred. So that 35 would be added to this.
The amount of money that we'd have in Lübeck would also be higher once we start getting the trade ships going in the Baltic and Novgorod, because then we'd control more of the upstream source.
Also true.
Wow.
Especially if we end up getting more merchants and we ordered them to transfer trade further downstream.
That is true. Okay, I'm fine with it. Since we were already in the process of moving our main trade city to London, we can...
I think we already did that.
We did. It just needs 2 more development, and then we need 1,000 gold, and then we can make it a proper world port.
Yeah.
And you will transfer, and we'll see how that affects our income.
Yeah, it's usually one of those things where you just have to do it. It raised it very slightly.
Very slightly for now.
It increased it by like 1 solid schmeck.
But that will increase exponentially over time. And we'll save up some money. Actually, can we build any of these?
I would say any province that has more than like 25, putting it in there, these lesser provinces, is not really worth taking up the building slot for.
I don't disagree.
But unless we know it's a province where it's like, okay, you're going to have well over 20. Because the amount that it reduces the governing capacity by like 25%, which isn't enough for us to be putting them everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the state house manufactories, which, like I said, I think every single state that's not the capital state should have one, regardless of where it is. And if a province has glass or gems or paper, that's the province where the state houses should be put in, because it will double their effectiveness. If they're on fucking gems or glass or paper, it reduces the provincial governing cost of that whole state by 40%.
Put down these filthy Spanish rebels. I don't know how many times.
Down there. It's probably because they're Muslim down there.
Probably.
That's my guess.
They should fix it. Be proper DeLoreans and invite them to Sunday Ass.
And then kill them.
I mean, I don't care what you do after that, but just make them not Muslim.
What military
it's
tech?
because they're Muslim, they must pay.
What military tech do we need before we get the next supply upgrade? Like the
this one.
Oh, is it the next one?
Yeah.
So probably what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want. So what? How much is our land limit gonna be at?
Right now we're at 159, but we're also
once we. We're gonna want to consider expanding that, because I think when we get the supply limit, we might want to have a general army increase.
If we do this, it'll be 40 years. It would just be a lot of money. And we just gain prestige out of it.
They keep taking our money.
That's a lot.
But we'd also lose
money.
admin power and stuff, and I don't like losing admin power.
Fuck the Florentines.
Money
That's a lot of money.
is everywhere.
Sonia de Cosque!
Il mondo.
Corsica and Sardinia are a lot. Oh, they're a vassal of Andalusia. Last I checked, they were allied with the Papal States.
There's going to be an Orthodox rebellion somewhere. I'm guessing in Perth, maybe?
Probably.
Because...
See,
Okay, you have an army there.
Yeah. I've been waiting. They're going to try things, and they're going to die. Hey, the Age of Reformation.
Oh, beautiful! It just lied to us, thank God. Okay, we've entered into a new era.
It is time. Doot, 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 doot. War of the Roses.
It's time for the War of the Roses.
We fixed the War of the Roses. So we get... Oh, well, that would have been useful.
That would have been rather nice.
State religion. I do... And we'll immediately get this one.
The Alban Empire. That's the name. Look at that. That's the name of the mission.
Ha! He's nice. He's very nice.
What does the Alban Empire give?
Just 75 monarch points and everything.
I do kind of want that. If you get control state religion, we'll immediately get that.
I'm just really scared because I don't know if a random Protestantism is going to start flaring up everywhere. Because there are tiny Catholic pockets, and I'm real scared.
Don't even worry about it, and just click on the big button with all the fire on it.
See, he gets it.
Alban Empire.
I do like that down there we have that Seize Alexandria and stuff like that. That's going to be fairly helpful for us whenever we want to do the Roman thing. If we already control parts of Egypt and shit.
Yeah, and once we own West Francia, then this entire line essentially will be all done.
Once we get rid of fucking Gaeldom, we'll get Conquer Island and Scotland and shit like that. God damn it.
Yeah, and we can finally have, well, we don't really care much about settling.
We all know about that.
But increasing our reach when we take Gibraltar, then we'll have the islands in the Mediterranean that we can start going after.
It'd be nice if we can hop over and just make Egypt a fucking crown jewel.
That'd be really, really nice.
I always am called to Egypt. It's a wonderful country to rule.
Egypt is beautiful. Lots and lots of grain. My boy is benevolent.
My boy, you are benevolent. You're the first non-cruel one we've had in generations.
Good for you.
William, you didn't raise him right.
I didn't, apparently.
The last four...
Apparently, you didn't raise him at all.
The last 4 military advisors we had in a row all give discipline.
As it should be.
We've been very specific.
Discipline.
The leader
is the
of the fucking of the Gales is a woman named like Marie Sakara, I think is her name.
Sankara.
Marie Sankara.
I want to get textile manufactories before we get the next idea stuff. So we'll work for that. I really, really want to get lots of that. Hey, Ostierland has gotten more tax stuff.
We now have
Huzzah.
a situation to where we're going to have to figure out what provinces we really want to start building up, because now we can make manufactories happen.
It's true. We can.
We have a number of them we can make. I believe we have the ability to make on iron and shit like that. That manufacturer. I can't remember what it's called. The weapons one.
Jordan, tell me how you feel.
Yeah, we can do it. We just need the money.
Good. There's a couple of provinces that... I would say that even though there's some good financial opportunities on it, it's like it's equivalent to 5 points of production is what manufacturers do. That's actually all they do. They don't give a percentage increase or anything like that. It's just for the purposes of the trade good generation it does. It's the equivalent of if you put 5 points of production in the infrastructure. That's what they do.
I really want Burgundy to go away.
Why do you hate Burgundy so much?
Because they're so fucking gross. They're moose lands in Europe, and we gotta move.
It's hatred from eons past.
Rage.
Not even good hatred.
Andalusia has really started taking over all the other smaller Muslim states in Spain.
They've started to consolidate. They're still nowhere near our power, though. We can annihilate them.
I don't know when we're going to take Rome, but I think we should save it for pretty late, because when you take Rome, it causes problems.
It does, but they can get over it. It only causes the worst problems if you're Catholic.
I think it causes problems if you're Christian in general.
It does cause problems, but it doesn't. You don't get the really bad negatives of having your other Catholic countries hate you.
Yeah.
It's okay, Jordan. I forgive you.
Go away. You people don't matter to me.
I don't know what they're talking about either half the time.
Don't worry about it. All you need to know is that we have the best interest of the Empire in mind.
Like, don't even worry your deceased little head.
Yeah, you're dead. Don't even.
You're dead, and you're going to be dead for a while, actually.
I'm haunting your kid.
Now that we've added mains to the rotation, you're going to be dead for quite a while.
I've already openly stated. I've already openly stated that I do not care if my child is haunted. Like, he could full on just keel over tomorrow. I would not be happy because he is our heir and he's actually pretty decent. But we could just make it.
I have my doubts on if he'll make it to the throne.
That's fair. It's very possible.
I leaned down, I crouched down, I put my hand on little Mains's shoulder, and I'm like, I don't think you're gonna make it. I think you'll be deceased long before the time comes.
The people wanted to extort me to be able to make their fucking monuments better again. The bastards.
When can we go to war with the Gaeldom again?
5 years.
It's such a long process.
So long. Textiles.
Textile.
London.
Did you see the tech? I saw it. I saw it. Look at the admin. Look at it. So State House effectiveness is doubled if you put it on paper, gems, or fucking crystal.
I can't
Every state, it might be the great work of my fucking crown. My crown. I'll spend every dime of the empire on making state houses in every fucking state in the Union.
Do it, my child. You are but a gleam in my eye, but you can do it. I believe in you.
It's like not
that one.
I'm a thought in the back of Mains's head right now.
The one who will take over after me, even though I just sneer at him.
You're so evil.
I am not evil, I'm cruel. There's a difference.
It pleases me nonetheless.
How long is this going to take? Until 1548?
They are tiny, so I have a feeling it's going to take no time at all, in my opinion.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know why. Why is it going so slow? Is it... Surely it won't integrate Hungary with it. I know.
Oh, that'd be a mixed blessing.
That would be... I don't know if we would be going to war again after that.
If that happened, what we would do probably is, I think what we would want to do is we'd want to create Poland and Hungary and have them as vassals.
I'd be okay with that. That would
Which
be a
is
lot
what I
of
wanted
land.
all along, because I don't like how powerful Hungary is.
I don't either. Oh. Yeah, we'll do that. We could use some more government reform process.
That's good. Yeah, there's just going to be a wee little revolt somewhere.
A wee
down there in
little
Wales.
revolt, and we'll fix it. Fix them, boys.
Eat them butt.
Eat
we have
them
cannons.
butt.
Eat them butt.
It's like we now have shit tons of cannons.
But eat them butt.
Eat them butt.
That's the language we speak.
That's Gaelic, that is.
Eat them
More
butt.
stability. Because I said so. And I kind of want to get stability 3.
Eat them butt.
Gimme.
No, you can't.
I want.
Yeah, the admiral's dead.
Get another one. And actually, where's one of our trade fleets? You there. Learn.
We're also missing a general.
Ugh. I guess it's about time to start cycling through again anyway.
Yeah.
You're already training, so you can stop training. You are Bartholomeus Button.
He's the
here.
one that has the weird normal name.
I hate it. He needs to have a Gaelic name.
I feel that we have this weird thing where our names are peaks and valleys now in this game, where it's like, my name is fucking Comagaius Baranas fucking Will. It's like their first name is insane and their last name is perfectly understandable.
Yes. And it's
like
totally
one of them's
fine.
name was like Lavu Comben Tarleton.
Yeah. Is this not wonderful?
Duh.
So it is not worth it to put a manufactory in a province that you can easily put development in. That is a thing I know. Because as I said, all they are is the equivalent of 5 points of production. So they're only worth it if you put them in provinces. If either one, you're so rich that the manufacturing cost doesn't matter, or two, the province in particular is very valuable. Like it has like a lot of the money in it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Or three, it's a very, very valuable resource in a province that's hard to develop. Those would be one of the reasons that you'd want manufactories like that. We still need a lot more churches and a lot more workshops. Really? Oh. Can we get Elizabeth?
Elizabeth's popularity began to wane toward the end of her reign. The war with Spain dragged on inconclusively. The Parliament became less tractable.
Are we going to throw Mainz in the river and turn him into Elizabeth I?
To the abuse of the royally granted monopolies, which was used to reward her favourites and tolerate considerable corruption. A last golden speech to Parliament in 1601 reaffirmed her love for her subjects, but it came in the context of a bitter clash of royal monopolies, which she ceased from. So we can either pay money to increase free trade, and we gain more institution spread.
So what's the next institution?
Printing press.
Printing press.
Which I don't... Will that spawn? If nobody's Protestant? Oh no, colonialism.
I was kind of hoping the French would handle that.
Yeah, nobody else has even attempted to colonize, I guess.
Go look around and like at some countries and see if any of them have any of the New World ideas going on.
No.
Well, they probably got defensive ideas because they keep getting invaded by us.
Yeah.
What about France?
Nope.
Espionage. Piss.
What about the Gales?
That is a very French word.
Oh, they have exploration. Maybe they'll do it before we eat them. Maybe they will see things and bring tale of it before we consume them.
Gales, go out, flee, flee now.
Either way, the trade efficiency will be nice. That'll be fine.
Everything's fun.
And we're still making fervor. So we'll do that one. Stability.
Maybe it would be beneficial just to make the Gales fucking vassals. Because now they're our key to getting colonialism.
I was thinking that too.
But that's so terrible, and it really is us pissing on Tyler the First's grave.
I mean, that doesn't matter as much to me. I'm more concerned about it. I don't think we'll be able to.
Dad.
You're dead.
We also have quite a number of missions that.
I want to take all the Isles, and I want to take Gibraltar. Those are my two goals for my life.
I'm 45.
Well, I don't know. I might only be able to do one. Oh no, Mainz has died.
Yeah, your life is slipping away.
My legacy.
Your legacy is you've not really done anything. I'm sorry, but
you just started.
I'm trying. I'm absorbing
like
Carpathia.
You're working on it.
I'm absorbing Carpathia.
You'll be dead any second now.
Oh,
you're gonna get the
quarantine.
influenza.
Fine. Oh, I guess they have this random other land around. That's probably why it's taking so fucking long to absorb them. That means we're gonna be shotgun blasted over all of that. I hate all this border gore.
Yeah.
It's real gross.
It's a mess.
I will consolidate Denmark, at the very least. That is a thing that will happen in my lifetime. And then oh, we're still doing that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that'll be done at the end of the year, so I won't even waste it. Hey, our armies are professional.
So now, whenever we disband men, they get added back to the pool instead of just going off and going back to their fucking farms.
No, that's this one.
Oh, I misread the thing.
This one is whenever we steal a fort, we
can
can refill it from our army. For those who don't know.
Speak.
No. How dare you tell your king to speak?
I was also king.
You're dead.
No, you're some random fucking servant now.
Oh yeah, you are a random servant.
Am I?
Yeah.
I thought it was the ghost.
No,
you're dead.
You're dead.
You're gonna be you're another vizier now.
Yeah.
The Reformation branches out.
Oh, Pisa is now reformed. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Oh, I'm scared.
We thought maybe we dodged the bullet.
I don't know. You guys seem to be panicking.
Oh.
What if the Reformation starts really happening and we're like, okay, Maines, you're king now. Person who knows nothing about what's happening.
And it's
spreading. What's happening and he's actually dead still.
It's spreading into the papacy.
Yeah,
over him.
It's like the last Catholic nation's about to not be Catholic anymore.
They very well may become Protestant.
We may really, really, really need to start putting points into religious ideas.
That's the goal. And actually, yeah, we can do that. We just got the thing for it. Missionary strength.
Missionary strength. We will. God.
Deus Volt.
Sofa affamato.
Yay! We are now 100% DeLorean. Oh, these people and their corruption.
They love corruption.
They do. They really do.
Shall you turn a blind eye?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's fine.
As usual.
It's fine.
We got rid of the Orthodox going on, but now there are Protestants in Italy.
It makes me shudder to think about.
And there's still loads of Catholics in France. Our generals keep dying.
They really do. They really like dying right now. You. Stop doing that thing. For now. And we'll give you another person, and there. You have a new mission. Stop doing that thing you were doing, because it was wasting your time.
And your talent.
I'm thinking I want a world port in all 3 of the end nodes. So I don't want to spend more right now.
You can have a number of world ports equivalent to how many merchants you have.
Are you sure? I thought you could only have 3 world ports.
You can have as many as you have a number of merchants. At least last time I played, that was how it was.
The more you know.
And you can't have them in the same state as well.
Vladimir lost land, I think. I think they
Maybe.
lost land in the north.
I
can't really
to tell.
They gained land down here on the Black Sea, though.
It's a bit of a multicolored blur. Hey, look, it's the Byzantine Empire.
Oh, yeah, they do still exist.
They're still limping along.
Whatever that name is, Morex.
Basilia Regent Iana Morex.
They're just shotgun blasted over the Black Sea, and that's all that exists. How far they have fallen.
They were so great and powerful whenever I was watching Crusader Kings.
They were a lot, and then they suddenly were not. I don't know how much I care about your quote-unquote help. Lincolnshire does have an actual trade port, and they are pretty big. They would probably make us more money, but do I want to be?
We are starting to put churches anywhere, so anywhere tax is put in will make us decent money.
I guess that's fine.
Put in the anywhere tax.
Since we have churches in every square inch of the country.
Is that you, Mr. Maines?
Papa, I was taken to a different dimension.
Truces are up.
The Protestant Reformation's happening.
The Protestant Reformation is happening.
It's really happening. It's most likely gonna really be a you problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somebody catch me up on the situation. I had to get up for a bit.
So a couple of interesting things we found out. So it seems that the only Europeans who seem to be remotely interested in discovering the New World might be the Gaeldom.
Mm-hmm.
And we need one of these fuckers to do it. I had assumed France would, but they don't seem interested.
I will do it.
One of them needs to discover it so that we can get fucking the next institution to spawn. I need to look up to see if what all it requires, because maybe it might just happen anyway.
Okay, I think it's about time to go back to war with the Gales.
What about Sweden? Does Sweden have any look at the other side of the world policies?
No.
No.
What about Denmark? No.
No.
All
of Europe has decided that they just want to deal with Europe.
What about
Can we
Badajoz?
go to the New World?
I don't wanna.
That would really be asking a lot. Because then we have to put in a fucking idea group, and we have to get the specific idea group, the exploration idea group, and all that really does is make colonies a thing.
Papa, how old am I?
Why do I care
like
how old
something.
you are? You're
You're
old
like
enough.
21. It's like you're like 10 or something, and you're like 21.
You're old enough. All that matters is that when I die, you'll take over.
We have shifted to the point where William is now imminently thinking of his legacy.
Because he's about to fall over.
Because he got over the age of 40, and I did point out, it's like, you have done nothing.
Your legacy will be forgotten.
Oh, don't you fucking put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Papa,
like-
did you even do anything?
It's like you were an
I
emperor who sat around and
will
watched as the
do.
Protestant Reformation happened.
I will do all. I will do all.
How's
Nothing can
the
stop me.
Reconquista going of our
He's
homeland?
doing
It's
it right
going
now as
fine.
we speak.
That's-
He's ordered the troops about.
And
He's
we'll
not
get
sitting on
another
his ass.
admiral. No, I've been doing other things. I've been building. I've been doing. It's just not been a lot to
He
see.
upgraded that big church again.
I did.
You mean my tomb?
Yeah, he
You
made it
upgraded
bigger.
Grandpappy's tomb?
Yeah, I made it bigger
must do-
because it'll make our very powerful missionaries even more powerful.
We have
I'm
a
going
lot
to
of
put you in there,
missionaries.
just like Grandpappy.
We have so many missionaries.
What the fuck did you just say to me, boy?
I think William VIII will be buried in Perth.
I'm going to have them move you, Father. I'm going to have you move them to that. You're gonna live with Grandpappy.
That would be
heinous.
That would be really heinous.
What if he's like?
wouldn't
What
do
if
that.
he changes the fucking official language to German or something?
You abused me as a child. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and-
put you
and
And
in
so now
place.
he'll
And look
take
at
you
you.
out of the mausoleum and dump your body in the river.
Look at you. Do you think that would fit with your personality? Why do we have war taxes? Turn that off.
Because we turned those on a fucking century ago and forgot about them.
True.
You know that thing that someone was supposed to remind us about?
I did point out, it's like I never turned them on because I always forget about them.
Which is fair.
Yep.
And then we forgot about them for
And then
solidly
William
60
said, "I will
years.
remind you,"
Well,
and then it never happened.
I expected things to move a lot faster, and it's been a while, okay?
To be fair, we did actually enter the Reformation era, I think, earlier than we normally would. Because we activated the Reformation earlier than it would normally happen. Even then, we were late. We were late by like a year and a half. Because I wanted to do it on Reformation Day, damn it.
It's fine. What matters now is that we are going to put down the Protestant dogs, and then we will bring sweet, delicious DeLoreanism to all of Europe.
You might want to take all of Ireland in this war, because that's one of our missions.
Yeah, I know.
Just to get that out of the way.
This is what I want first, and then we'll take Ireland, and then we'll take whatever we can in here. Oh, okay, whatever.
Oh, what the hell?
Whatever that name is. She's a woman,
Oh.
and
Has
she wants
arrived
her
at our court to
sons.
petition the release of her sons. Oh, that's so many names.
She's Irish.
The Sea Queen of Connacht.
Oh, so she's like a pirate bitch.
She's a pirate queen.
Yeah. You have good discipline. You can lead our armies. For cheap.
She will be in charge.
Random pirate.
Woman in charge. It is very normal for DeLoreanism.
It happens a lot over here.
Right, but random pirate?
Yeah.
She's not a random pirate. She's
She
the
had a
pirate
name.
queen.
You didn't know of her until a moment ago.
Well,
She was
yeah.
he was
Father.
educated on her.
Yeah.
His advisors told them about her.
What do you want, boy?
Well, the French are here.
They're
The
here
French
to
are always
stay.
here.
Boy, did you just get my attention and then not say anything?
Father,
What?
I would like to marry the queen of the pirates.
No.
It's like flat. It's like no.
She'll be my bride, actually.
We
She will
don't
be
marry.
my fourth bride, as is DeLorean custom.
We don't marry lowborns here unless they're literally just for dick.
Which they usually are.
That is the only thing our house uses lowborns for. Okay,
right
they have
to
been
There needs to be
completely
change,
honest.
Father.
King.
Well,
I'm
when
so
it's your
fucking
time, you can
hungry.
change. But while I am in charge, the only change that will happen is the change in position from my hand being here to my hand being against your face. Do you understand, boy? I need you to acknowledge that you understand me.
What does Ireland give us?
I
What'd that
understand
do?
what you're saying.
It made
it made all the
Ireland
difference.
give us more stuff. They make more money even though they don't make much.
Advisor Alex, can I pull you to the side real fast?
Can we have an aside?
I need an assassin.
We don't really do
Why
that
you gotta
shit
be-
anymore.
We really don't.
If this was 100 years ago, we'd do that shit all the time.
Assassins are out of style.
They are.
It's not chivalrous anymore. It's not
It's out of-
goofy.
It's out of fleek.
We had our last fucking medieval tournament during Tyler the First reign. Early Tyler the First reign, actually.
Yeah, it was
True.
the jousting competition.
That was the end of the Middle Ages.
Mhm.
It's over. We don't assassinate people anymore. That's uncouth.
Do I look like I care?
You are benevolent. Stop it.
Am I? I
Well,
don't
you're
know. I haven't
changing
seen my
him.
thing in a while.
I've told you like 6 times.
no,
You're
you
benevolent.
haven't. You said you don't care.
Well, I don't care, but you're benevolent. So there. So you're a nice kid. Now shut the
So
fuck
you
up
do care.
and
He
listen.
doesn't. He doesn't care, and you do.
I have to put him away so that I can change the kingdom for the better.
Yeah.
I gotta put an end to this tyranny.
There's
Well, you
there's
can
like
do
a
that when it's
thing
your
where You
turn.
can make. There's a whole thing where you can make someone abdicate. So maybe if all the advisors decide that the king is shit, maybe we can tell them it's like no more of this.
I would love if they decided beforehand. It's like, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this guy immediately as soon as he gets in. So as soon as he comes to pass, like everyone's like meeting, and then they say no, and then he's gone.
Like, I don't like this one.
That's what's gonna
I-
happen if I don't do good during
I-
this reign.
I would be okay if it required like a full-on 3 people to vote for it, and then you have to
I think it would
advocate.
have to.
That
Well,
would be
you
a coup.
already have to. You already have to fulfill very specific parameters to allow the abdication mechanic to work. So I guess if we fulfilled those parameters and all of us said no more of this, we could just be like just uproot the fucking current monarch and put the heir in charge.
I
Yeah.
think
That's a thing you can do in this one that you couldn't do in Crusader Kings.
I think the Germans supported a rebellion in the Gaeldom.
Oh, fun.
So now there is a fully funded rebellion that is in their territory.
Do we have to put
That's
down
useful.
the Germans?
No, they did it
No,
good.
the Germans
Oh.
did it to help us.
Okay.
They funded a rebellion in the enemy lands.
Oh, good.
They did some Cold War shit.
Mm-hmm.
The Germans are amazing.
Well, let's not go
So
that
that-
far. The Germans...
Father, I think there's a ghost in this courtroom.
And why are you
fucking
bugging me
collect.
about it?
It's only 1538, and we're already collecting 71 ducats out of the English Channel.
Oh, it needs to be more.
He's saying German things.
More. Go away. I'll kill you.
Growling like a German.
What do you mean avoiding strong enemy? Go fix. Go fix. Now. Good.
The standing armies of Europe are starting to get kind of large. And I was just talking about how I wanted to do a major army expansion.
I remember back in the Crusader Kings days when a large army would be like 20,000.
Point at you and say, "Boomer."
So long ago. If I build a workshop
art,
in Kent,
boomer.
then I can steal more land. Kent. Where's Kent? There's Kent. Build the thing, and then make me money, and then I will steal from you. Hot, silly DeLoreans.
You got a lot of
You're
cash.
DeLorean, right?
I do have a lot of cash.
Dump it into the churches.
I could
In
dump
my
it into the
later years
churches.
of my life, I went to other countries giving handies underneath the pews.
Is that what you did?
I did. I went and talked
Underneath the
to
pews.
other world leaders.
It was how you bonded. Yay, we
You
had
know,
just
I'm
enough.
pretty sure you're also absorbing Hungary.
That would be nice.
Why are you listening to this ghost?
We've
Because
been,
we're only at 40% right now.
and we've been doing it for 20 years now.
Oh. Well, that's something that fucking Mainz the First is gonna have to deal with.
What?
Well, at
What
least
did I
he's
miss?
still good at doing that stuff. He's good at diplomacy things.
Okay.
We may possibly fucking double the amount of land we have because of some papers that your father signed.
Yeah, and you're gonna like it, boy.
And we'll throw the mess at you and be like, could you partisan this and like fix it?
I'll be too dead to do it.
We'll give it all to the French.
How dare you?
Don't do that.
Do not do that. If you give it all to the French, then we very well may lose everything.
France would be like, I don't think that I'm the junior partner anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That
I can
seems
make
really
more.
good.
I can make more money. The burgers won't be very happy with me, and I won't be able to steal.
I think you should
But-
really
but the
crack
church-
the burgers
The
right.
church
in
will
head.
be with us.
Yeah.
Like,
We'll do it because I won't be able
Like,
to
I think
steal
the
anything
Monopoly
either
men
way.
need to get over it.
And besides, I'm
The
doing this thing to make them
DeLorean
happy
show.
anyway. There, now they're happy again. And I just need some more.
they're
Um,
slightly less annoyed with us.
Good.
Only slightly. Only slightly.
I want your everything. Give me your everything.
You,
We're
well,
like
you won't
about-
let me be your everything.
Father, we can't just take everything from them.
Watch
We're about to surpass like 100 years into Europa Universalis, and I feel like we haven't gained much. I mean,
We
our
haven't.
economy has like exploded. So if you looked at a graph, right, and you'd see that we did really well. But when you look at a map, it's not great.
Yeah, I
We're
think we're definitely
trying.
going into Victoria. At this rate, we're going to Victoria.
Father, what did you get me for Christmas?
I don't want to go to
We're days
Victoria.
late.
Although
Well,
either way, we will be going to Victoria.
We DeLoreans don't celebrate Christmas by giving gifts. We celebrate Christmas by fucking each other.
And based on how we do in Victoria, we'll see if we make it to Hearts of Iron.
It's like unless we fully fucking lose, we will be going to all of them no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm really scared of what I've heard of Victoria because nationalism is a huge thing, and it's very common for large empires to just shatter.
Sig-heiling and communism becomes a thing.
I tried
just
playing it for a
shatter.
bit, and my eyes started crossing.
The German party will surpass.
The German party.
I have to hope that we fucking fix all that nonsense before that happens.
I'd really like that. I want Rome to happen before the end of this playthrough. That must
We
happen.
need to make sure everyone's speaking proper Latin before anyone thinks that they're French or whatever.
Because if they start thinking they're French, it's over. There's no coming back from that.
Father, do I need to start taking France?
If you can, feel free. Realistically speaking,
That'd be another big mess.
Realistically speaking, we've had the ability to this entire time. It's just the governing capacity is a huge problem.
We got a thing!
This is flatly positive. I like
Skill-free tax, 50%. Base tax. English financier, born in London, educated. This is a unique thing, so maybe you shouldn't just click it away. Born in London, educated in the University of Cambridge. After attending the university, he was apprenticed to his uncle, a merchant, in whose service he displayed unusual business ability. In later years, he became one of the wealthiest men in England. In 1551, he was appointed a factor. I don't know what that is. Or royal agent. That's what that is. By King Edward VI. Charged with the management of... I don't know. Charged with the management of the royal debt. He virtually liquidated it by...
eating it.
I'm guessing prudent is what that word would mean. Financial manipulations on the stock exchange of Antwerp. He was knighted by King Elizabeth I.
Who's Queen Elizabeth?
Adroit means...
You know, we could get her technically.
Adroit means skillful or deft or deft or something.
I had never heard adroit before.
Yeah.
Adroit.
Father, who are these people?
That seems wholly very positive.
It's a rich man. It's a rich man, and he's going to help us get rich.
Things seemed real positive.
No, but who is that king and queen it mentioned?
We can get Elizabeth. So since we're technically British, if we ever have a situation to where I think if we have a king and they don't have an active heir for a prolonged period of time, and we're within this time frame, then there's a chance we'll get like asked if we want Elizabeth, and if we do, we will say yes.
She will be superior to anyone else.
Unless she makes us tutor. If she made us tutor, we would have to say no, and I would cry because she is awesome. I think she's a 665, I think. So she's proper right fucking super.
Mm-hmm. The man of war.
The man of war.
We can slander merchants. We can make other people's economy worse.
We can also now build naval batteries.
We can. I don't think we built a single set of coastal cannons yet, though.
We haven't needed to because our navy is strong enough that we haven't really messed with it.
True.
They don't stop slavery raids anymore, by the way.
Wait, what doesn't?
Coastal batteries. They don't stop slavery raids, from the pirates and shit like that.
Shit.
So playing in the Mediterranean is real annoying now because you can't just stop them with that building.
Yeah, Jordan's right. William does love clicking all the interesting things away.
Well, I didn't that time.
Well, in EU4, since they have all these historical figures, they have these little history lessons that they put in things where if they have a unique guy, they give you a little summary of what they did that makes them interesting. Even if it doesn't jive with how the world is, they tell you what they did proper. Because there's a lot of... EU4 has a lot of unique, famous people from history, like Napoleon, and stuff like that they like to throw around.
They do.
Unique leader-wise, I think there's only 2 unique leaders we can get, and we probably don't want either one of them, because if we get Elizabeth, even though she's awesome, I think she'll make us tutor, and that'll change the royal house, and that's wrong.
That would be wrong.
And then the other one's Oliver Cromwell, and that requires...
break us.
That requires us accepting a lot of things that will fundamentally change how this nation has ran for almost a millennia.
Mm-hmm. And we can't have anything.
The Irish Sea.
I
see them.
Were we in the process of fixing them?
Fix it.
Yeah, we're already fixing them.
It's that Irish queen's fault with her Irish pirates.
We're already fixing them. They're not getting anything.
Have them all killed.
You have an awful lot of coin again.
I do.
Coin again.
I kind of want to wait until we can get this, though.
I am on
want
the
the level
coin
3 back.
again!
You want that stability cost modifier.
I do. I also want the unrest
Okay.
modifier.
I think the unrest modifier is just for that region. They have the global thing, and then they have the local one. I think the unrest one is
Oh, yeah.
own provinces in the area. So when it says area, my guess is that it might actually mean the larger area.
It probably means the actual area.
Yeah.
So just
So
Ostlanded.
Ostlanded would get that, but that's
Ooh,
nice. But I like the stability cost reduction.
That is also nice. And whenever we start doing our holy wars, it'll make our missionaries cheaper. Oh
Yeah.
no, Gillicomgan got shot.
Gillicomgan Rodney has been killed.
He's
Good
fucking
riddance.
Laser in Middleton.
These names.
So cursed.
We almost have all the cannons.
Almost.
I wish there was a way we could get those names and make them go into Stellaris.
That would be nice. I would like that.
It'd be great and funny. You'd see all of our
We'll
all the
wait.
advisors and generals have great names.
We'll put it off.
We're seeing during your reign where you prefer text over ideas.
Once
Hates
we're
the
really
idea of religion.
No, I don't. Once we're really
I,
ahead, I like putting those points into that. But I like being way ahead so that we can get.
Your wife's a whore, my king. Do better.
Oh, do better.
With Thomas Grisham, that unique guy.
Well, I don't want to
You
kill
can't
him.
kill Thomas. Don't kill Thomas.
Don't
He's
kill him, my
good.
man.
Well,
Kill Tubessa.
Kill Thomas.
Execute Dubessa.
You can't do this to mother.
I'll just pretend like it's not happening.
Oh, you've been cucked.
Oh.
It's
You
fine.
are cuckold.
I know my
Father.
boy is mine.
William the Eighth.
You don't
the
even
cuckold.
like him.
Like what?
Why?
Who?
Now
You are
her family. Now
Father,
her family's
I
like,
have-
give me money.
like a king from a rival nation comes over and says, "Cuckold," and he leaves on his boat again.
I'll go to war.
A Muslim
Denied.
prince stays on his boat and he fucking goes by the coast and he screams it.
I'll go to war with him. I'll do it.
Cuckold.
I'll send hundreds of thousands of men to die just for my
Don't leave
just
me.
for
He
my
comes
vanity.
From Spain. He comes from Spain.
Oh, don't you even
No,
even
Comgan is
pretend.
dead. We have a lot of
Comgan?
men named Comgan. I think that's our version of John.
It's so popular.
It's a very
Father,
popular name.
Are you
Everyone's
leaving me
name's
with a
Comgan.
war?
I mean, more than likely, you will have a war whenever you get the crown. We do rule Europe, you see.
I just
That we do.
want a state of peace.
That's not going to happen.
No. If you're at peace for a horribly inordinate amount of time, you're doing it wrong. We must be expanding. The only reason I'm not expanding right now is because we really, really need to consolidate a little more.
We can expand into the new lands.
No, because then we have to change our ideas around. And we're not doing that. We already voted. The Ghost Council has decreed.
What I'll have to do is I'll look up information when we're done with the stream. I'll end up looking up information on the next institution.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's truly horrific and I deem it's not going to happen, we'll wait a long time and then force it to spawn. Is what we'll end up doing.
Quest for the New World. Yeah, we just have to have Quest for the New World, and we have to discover one of the continents. So the problem is that they have just been beaten down so badly they haven't been able to spend money to go exploring.
We
And
could
I don't
throw a
re-
vote that way, my lord.
No, I mean, the only thing I'm willing to do really is vassalize them. Because at this point it would be okay. But then they would still be a whole thing for like 50 years. And I don't
Is
really like that.
vassalage the new way, my lord?
I really, really, really want to just make them go away.
Does printing press require colonization? They don't always require them.
Nope, doesn't look like it.
So what I probably will do is, if we get the year 1600, because global trade will require it.
Mhm.
If we get to the year 1600 and it hasn't happened yet, then we'll force it to spawn.
That's fair.
And that once again is because of how fucked up the world is after after the state.
It's time.
Oh! Our governing problems are over. Okay, so whenever the crown's on my head, when the crown's on my head, every dime of the nation's gonna be spent on that.
Ooh.
No. So the places you put these need to be very specific. Because like I'll like down here, you can see down here how these both have 4, right?
Yeah.
But this has paper.
Yeah.
So this have double effectiveness.
Yeah.
Right then.
So I don't like this menu for that. And
We
we
can always
don't
do
want
this.
more than one per state. More than one per state would be useless. It would just be waste money. So you need to manually go through the states and put them in. Because this is showing every province.
It's
If you had
fine.
2 state houses in a state, the second one would be doing nothing.
It's fine. That'll be a you thing.
That will be a me thing. That's what I'll do my whole reign. I'll be like, okay, this empire is a fucking nightmare, and we're going to fucking run it appropriately. We're going to have a balanced tax system. We're going to start collecting taxes. There are whole swaths of the empire we just don't collect taxes, I feel.
How old am I? I'm 56. I think it's time we go to war with the Moose Lambs again.
Oh. You'll be dead any second now.
You lived longer than me.
I did, because I started at like 15.
But you lived to be how old? 60 something?
Yeah.
He was in his mid to late 60s.
My reign was long.
Father, did I have an uncle at some point?
I don't know.
Probably. Maybe.
I don't know.
Who do you think I am that knows how many family members you have? What kind of scroll watching fool do you take me for, boy? I am insulted with what you just told me. Go to your room and you will not eat for the next week.
And I guess you don't have one.
My family is my business.
You haven't seen the scrolls, Tyler. You don't know. You don't know. You haven't seen them. I've seen them. They're bad.
The scrolls are long.
They're bad.
Part of the family tree was in the Discord.
It's like, they're bad. You don't want to see them. They're bad.
They were really big from what I saw from those screens.
They're a nightmare. They're an absolute fucking nightmare.
No, but William had a older sibling before he took the crown, and he died in a hunting accident.
It happens. You might die in a hunting accident, you know.
Wait, who did he go on the hunting trip with?
It doesn't matter.
And then he turns over a little bit, like nobody.
The reason the map looks similar to the way it did three sessions ago is because
Blame Tyler.
it takes a lot.
It's Tyler's. No, don't try explaining it to him. Just say it's Tyler's fault.
Okay, it's Tyler's fault.
It's Tyler's fault. He broke the country. Now we're trying to fix his mistakes.
It's true.
Oh,
He did do that thing.
The
I
clergy's
figured
losing
it'd be
power.
quicker. I figured this would be faster, but it's the slowest way possible. You guys told me this might work, and it didn't.
Well,
Who
there
said
were
it
some other
might?
mistakes that were made. And I do love that I do have a quote from you that I did put in Discord at the time, where you're like, this will be done in like 20 years or so, and that was fully like the year 1505, and now it's 1544 and it's still going on.
Yep. I've passed away since then. I was like, and then after this, I'm gonna do stuff and go on a crusade, maybe.
Yeah, you've been dead for like over 20 years now.
They've got a coalition
Yeah.
against him, so that's nice. I want this. I want it real bad.
Yeah, Gibraltar would be nice.
If I can have Gibraltar, that's enough legacy for me.
You could fortify the absolute piss out of it.
I tried to. You said I couldn't have it.
Well, you couldn't because you didn't
Well,
reach
that was
hard
a part
enough.
of his plot to make it so that he could take it and he could take the credit, and he will get it. He will get it.
I see that now. I see
It's like,
that now.
and he will get it.
I see. I have to fight for tooth and nail between you guys for any amount of glory because you will trick me. You will trick me at every turn.
We will trick.
Apparently.
So, realistically, if you hadn't went to war with Lesser Alba, we'd be in the same situation now that what we were in when we were deliberating that. And we would have had to have gotten fucking administrative ideas or diplomacy ideas, and I don't want either one of those.
William would have wanted those.
We would have to work like hell to. Oh, I see the word Harlequin.
I think William's a mastermind because either way he gets his way. Either way he gets his way. Oh my God!
Either
William.
way he gets administrative. Well, you say that, but I wanted economic ideas, and we do currently have them. But
Alex did a really good job convincing.
Yeah, there's a.
I mean,
if he hadn't done it, then Lesser Alba would still be in the same situation it was in.
I feel Alex still has some honor about him, unlike William.
The thing about
maybe he was actually trying to help the Empire.
The reason that I brought up anything to do with Lesser Alba before was because whenever I first opened this up and I started looking around at things, I looked at Lesser Alba and I tried to figure out ways that they could be absorbed. And the only way that I could figure, because they had such high development, was if you take the thing that we had over here that made their liberty desire go down, and then you also take an idea that made that go down even more.
I don't think that would have been enough.
It would have been, because I did it in my other playthrough that I tried at first.
Did you run a simulation of it?
I did, and that was what I did that time, and that was the only thing that worked, because anything else, they had too much development for the liberty desire to go down. So it was either you do both of those things or you do the way that we have done. I don't just say things.
I don't like that paper signing method. I don't like it. It would have taken just as long, and it would have involved me getting ideas I didn't want to get.
It would have taken just as long. I'm not going to say it didn't. Well, we might have had it by now, or around this time. But it is things we will never truly know at this point.
Willard is a Sillard.
I know what I'm doing. I have like fucking almost 2,000 hours in this game.
That means nothing. It's like you could have been shit for those 2,000 hours. Donald Trump was president. That doesn't mean that I should want him to be president again.
Who are you? Hans Norfolk, you will go here and you'll fight these moose lambs in the grasslands. Don't die.
As one does.
What did I say? Don't die.
We're doing I see that our military tactics are charge uphill across the river and just kill them. Just kill them with our discipline and cannons.
It's effective.
Well, who died?
No one. Well,
we
like
won
a couple thousand of our men, but
industry
no one
and
important.
numbers. Well, yeah, we've been clicking through them, but at the ends of these wars, they actually give you statistics and how many people died on both sides.
Mm-hmm. And it's
thousands
showing us any.
And I'll tell you now.
Yeah. We didn't do it whenever anybody else was in charge, so don't even.
You know, we're gonna do it when I'm in charge then.
Go right ahead.
When I was in charge, we didn't have any wars. My reign was entirely peaceful.
The end results are really just not important unless it's like a huge battle.
But what I was saying...
Can we see if it was, if you just click past it?
What I was saying was, the death toll is much higher in this one than it was in Crusader Kings by a very grand margin. Also, our little models have guns now.
They do.
You can see them down there. They got little guns.
Look at them. They're so cute with their little gun.
They got, like, chainmail and guns.
Faith of Agora.
Oh, they're not doing anything because we told them not to do anything.
Yeah, you have them on defensive mode from the last one.
Take.
Snatch, steal, take.
What the fuck did you just say?
Are you giving land to the French?
Again.
If I have to in order to get Gibraltar, I will.
What I would like is if you just annex
Can
all
we
of the
not?
stuff and then you release it to Spain. And that would put us over our diplomacy limit, but you're about to take fucking Carpathia, which I assume might also have Hungary in it. And if that happens, we can smash them and make them vassals. I'm rubbing my nose. But we have state houses now.
We got a ghost council thing.
Oh.
So
I am the state. I am the state. I am the state. I am the state.
I
Well,
agree,
all the
but we have to go through the process. So we can either do l'état c'est moi, and we gain governing capacity, just flat.
He
lots
said
of it.
some nonsense.
Or we can do regional representation, which will just reduce the minimum autonomy in territories, which normally sits
don't
at
have
80,
territories.
and that would bring it down to 70, which makes us slightly more stuff that we get from territories. But we don't have any territories. Except,
We immediately
I guess,
turn
northern,
territories into
We have
state as soon as
one
we're allowed
territory.
which actually
We
I
tend
meant
to-
to fix that.
to. We immediately turn them into states, so that will not be an effective ability. And I am the state. It's literally something we've been doing for multiple kings now, is trying to organize the governing capacity problem, and that's a huge buff to it.
Mm-hmm. I think we should do this.
250.
Do we have a majority vote?
We might be underneath our governing capacity if we get that.
For the first time in the whole fucking game.
For the first time throughout the
Tyler.
entirety of EU4.
Le territoire, yeah.
L'état c'est moi.
Yeah.
L'état c'est...
La
L'état,
vie
c'est moi.
d'Abondon.
L'état c'est moi.
L'état
L'état, c'est moi. Oh, it's right there.
And now we're going to be fucking putting state houses in every square inch of the empire.
We
We're
sure
going to be able to
are.
actually... We're going to be able to actually
Esprit de
expand.
corps.
We're going to be able to actually
Restrain
expand and
the
take things
military.
now.
Oh,
We now have
The
plus
Alban
3
crown.
army professionalism because our men like war.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
We're going to be able to
Like
actually take things.
Like what?
did somebody die just then?
No.
I thought
Covers
said
it
somebody
up.
died.
No.
It's like Avia or something.
We won this siege, and we won this siege, the siege of Avila.
Oh, it was that. Okay. Avia.
All these moose lamb lands, they're being properly subjugated by good DeLoreans.
As long as you don't give them to the French, Father, I do not care.
I don't care what you have to say, boy.
Yeah. And he's in charge, so...
When I am dead and gone, you can do whatever you like, but until such a time, you
We're
are
going
my
to take
child.
France. But
Eventually.
I'm in
Eve
charge of
Rodney
her
has
for
died.
France.
Oh, we gotta fix.
We gotta
Eve.
replace her with somebody named Eve.
We got 2 Eves.
I like Eve
We need
Button.
more Eves.
Eve Button's very
We just
cheap,
get-
actually. I'm gonna put her in.
Eve Button, you're in.
She is the Eve of Button.
We can only, if any Eve dies, they have to be replaced with an Eve.
Uh-huh.
I do like that
Wait.
our court currently has 2 unique people in it, which is very nice.
It is very nice. I like it a lot. Blow down those walls.
How much money are we making?
57.
2.
You might want to consider upgrading some of our advisors, actually. The unique ones with the 50% cost decrease.
Could do that.
We
We can do that one. Actually, we could probably do it again. Because why not?
Yeah, since you know,
All that
whenever
all that does, by the way, is make them give us more monarch points. It doesn't increase their skills at all. I should throw that out there.
you probably should just do it again.
Eve is
It
40.
could. It can go up to 5.
Yeah.
Thomas
just
is
get that.
42.
Because why not?
So whenever so if you have a lot of money to spend and you have unique people who have are cheaper than normal, you should upgrade them to the point to where they're higher ranking, because normally if you wanted someone who was level 5, it would cost a fucking arm and a leg.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have a 50 or 75% cost decrease, which can happen.
What are these green lands on the map?
Which Greenland?
Other countries.
The Greenland to the left of Spain, on the left side of Spain.
It's some other country. Badajoz.
People that don't matter.
I know about Badajoz because of the Napoleonic Wars.
More religion. We need more.
What is that one? What'd that do?
Tolerance of the true faith and monthly fervor.
That's
yeah.
good, actually.
And actually, we're gonna switch over to war.
It's like I would like anything that increases our monthly fervor.
We must occupy Shilb.
Shit, you said.
I hope you die before you capture Gibraltar.
I bet you do. You think this is the first time I've had evil wished on me, boy?
Last time it
curse you.
happened, your original heir died. The one you were supposed to be.
We can now fully spend as much Diplo points as we want right now, because not only are you really great at diplomacy, but we have a fucking maxed out diplomacy advisor. So we really can spend Diplo points with reckless abandon.
We'll get that up to 15. 15% mercantilism. Make our merchants better.
I thought you were going to say great again.
Well, our merchants are already great. They don't need to be
It
made
makes
great
you
again.
so afraid. Anytime those sequence of words are said, you bring that up, that you're afraid that's going to happen.
I know, because it feel like it will. And I've been disappointed before.
Why are you so afraid of them?
Because I've lived through terror.
We all have, Tyler.
Don't be afraid, child.
We just have to make.
We're at war
great
with
again.
all of this. That's
We're
fine.
at war with all. It's like who are we at war with? Oh shit!
It's not just the Andalusians.
Corner of Europe.
Buddy.
It's not all of Europe, just all of fucking Spain, I guess, and they're useless.
The French have a very large fleet down there.
That they do. I'll go
They have
help
a fleet
them.
up there of like 60-something ships.
Smash the fleet.
There's another naval engagement going on further south, by the way, that you can join up in. Oh no, they fixed it. Never mind.
That'll be fine. We'll put you guys here.
Why are we at war, Father?
Don't
And
question me.
Spain. It is quickly becoming a tradition for the monarchs of Alba to invade Spain.
It was once invade Ireland,
It's like,
and now it's
if
invade
Maine's,
Spain.
If Maine's also does it, it will become an obligatory thing that we all must do to prove that we are kings of Alba. We have
So
to invade Spain.
even Alex will have to do it. Just
I would. If it
Spain
became
will
a tradition,
be
I would
gone
invade
by the
it.
time.
It
It's
worked
like,
for
I have to-
Ireland.
It's like I ascend to the throne. It's like, I'm sorry, Spain, I gotta do this. Like, go to war with them, take some random province.
I didn't want to, but I had to.
Now, riddle me this: what would happen if we already owned all of Spain?
I would release a small portion of it and invade. I would, by the way, be stealing every square inch of money that's not fully melted into the soil in Spain.
As you should.
Hispania?
It's like, I'll tell you, whenever I do wars in the future, you're gonna see me hitting that loot button quite often, because I like taking the furniture and ripping them up and selling them to the fucking highest bidder.
I hope your name starts with an R, so we can rhyme you with a raider.
I will use Viking tactics.
I mean, Viking tactics are very effective. Oh, these poor North Africans.
Can't you just die already?
I don't... Did somebody hear something? I feel like
There's
I
a strong
hear...
gust of wind.
I feel like there's a ringing in my ear. And like something that I'm forgetting.
Something I care not about.
Oh yeah, didn't I send my boy off to the keep for like a week with no food?
He sent him to military school in fucking Malta.
Sir, Father, it's been like months since that happened.
Maybe you should have reminded me.
I already came back.
Hmm.
And now another month has passed having this conversation.
Good for you. Anyway.
If you move the main fleet down onto the far southwest coast, you can help out in the siege you're doing down there.
I could.
Oh no, the French got it. The French got you covered.
Yeah. I mostly just
He
want to
loves
make
his
sure that
French allies.
no fucking random ass people decide to throw their navies in here.
You're at 88% on integrate, by the way, with Carpathia.
We're almost there. Maybe it'll happen before I die.
It might.
We did it. Yay. We killed the rebels.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay!
Oh, Spanish words. We did it.
I don't know.
I don't fucking know those words. I'm Alban. Do you think I speak this dirty Mooslam language?
In the future, I think our people will forget the word albinism and will turn it to alvinism.
No, that's a different thing.
I know, but they'll probably get it confused because...
No, they wouldn't.
We
Why?
won't let them. We won't let them.
Like, why would they get confused about that?
I don't know.
Unless they
Text
too watch
change.
Adult Swim.
Gimme.
No, text change over time.
Gimme. And you.
Oh, what is that?
Give me apple.
Who's becoming a vassal?
Badajoz.
Okay, so they're gonna be a vassal.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And we're going to steal all of their money. And they're going to give me money. I like this.
Wonderful. And we'll have Gibraltar.
Can I take any islands? I'd have to occupy them. But theoretically, I could.
It would prolong the war.
But,
You know,
I could have
as
islands.
usual.
We're already going to get claims on them. So it's not like I'm not going to be going for them at some point in the future anyway. Or somebody will be.
I believe there's copper or something like that in Sardinia.
We're going to try and go for Sardinia.
It's all very Catholic over here, my lord.
Oh. You there.
What do we
Go.
do?
Go and help out the transport fleet. Oh, they ran
It's
away.
like, oh no, the logistics.
The siege of Sousse is done. And now we're just gonna start looting, I guess. Steal everything. Which one is it? There it is. Yeah. We're gonna go.
Like you gotta recheck them all every month. Because they can steal up to 5 fucking ducats in a province a month.
Yeah, that'll work. And meanwhile, these guys are gonna go all the way out here, and they're gonna stop there. And they're gonna take. And when they're done taking, I will have. And I like that. I really want Apulia here. That would also be very nice. This is fine. Give me that.
Eventually, who owns Malta? Is it still the Maltese, or did the Arabian Empire take it?
The Maltese own it.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Which means I will have them.
So when we just walk in, that'll be ours.
Yeah, I'll just bring in my cannon and blow down their walls, and then they'll die.
There are so many countries on this little island.
Who are you? Why are you here?
It's some other country.
How dare
imagine
you
you're
also be
saying
at
that.
war? Oh, this is the coalition war. It sparked right after we fucking got here. Of course it did. Oh,
You're dead.
I'm dead.
You're dead.
I'm dead.
So your legacy is you did
That was
nothing.
quick.
Our nation is mourning over the loss of our previous monarch, Beorhtelen II of Aelpin. He died from dysentery. His evil deeds shall be remembered for generations
His
to
evil
come.
deeds will be remembered for generations to come.
You get yourself to death.
I love how Tyler was king for like 3 sessions. William died in half a session.
Well, we also sped things up a little bit. It's fine. Okay, so
Have we
That was
captured
its
Gibraltar?
I guess-
First things
Alex's
first.
turn.
So first things first, you lost some stability, so your stability is only at +1 currently. Second thing,
I did not shit the bed. I still am, in fact, winning this whole war. So we're also
You
going to have
shit
Gibraltar.
yourself to death.
Well,
So I
that's,
think you did shit the bed.
that did in fact happen. So I'll give you that.
Dysentery.
I will give you that. But yeah, you can either spend your admin points to increase stability, or save it to core up Gibraltar and whatever else you decide to take in the war.
First things first, my lord, Emperor Mains the First.
Yes.
Do you wish to continue this war, or would you like to sign a peace treaty?
We will capture Gibraltar.
We have captured Gibraltar.
Okay.
Your father wanted to take stuff and other stuff in the Mediterranean.
I was sending these men off to here so they could take this and we could have that as well.
Being that I'm a benevolent king, we will sign a peace treaty.
They will sign a peace treaty. Sign the treaty that you were considering before you died of the shits.
Shall I do this? You could take other things. You do have more war score if you want to.
You are at
Whatever's bright
85.
red.
So yeah, anything that's bright red you can take.
You can also sign smaller treaties. Well, yeah, I mean you could
I want it all.
pillage capital. Well,
You can't do that.
you cannot do that.
How much?
You could at
can I
most take one.
You can have one additional province.
And it'll be added to Greater Alba, not France.
Yes.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the current treaty, as is read, is they will deliver unto you 2,000 ducats. They will pay you 10% of their income for 10 years. Badajoz, that green country in the west, will become a vassal of ours, and we will take the province of Gibraltar, which is a key strategic location that we must have.
You could also take this.
Advisor Alex.
William's legacy will go down to him being a real cocksucker.
Taking the province west of Gibraltar would be a good idea.
I will say I also
We'll do
built
that.
the rest of the churches in the empire.
Actually, where's the other wonders in Spain at? Like the monuments? Isn't there one near
there's
Gibraltar?
One here. There's one in Granada.
Oh, it's
The
so
Alhambra.
close.
Oh, Danny
And you
the
can take
Venus.
What does Alhambra give? Can we use it?
It's a military place, I believe.
I think so.
All the following must be true. Has ownership is in the Christian. Okay, so administrative efficiency.
That would be really nice.
We'll take it.
So we should take Granada because we'll get control of Alhambra, a fucking wonder of the world.
We'll take it.
Sign the treaty.
Yes.
The states
Treaty signed.
are
James the First's
scattered.
reign starts off gloriously.
We have gained power projection, and you've gained lots of money, and you got
Advisor
other
Alex.
things.
What was the church that my grandfather was buried in?
There was a big church up here, yeah, the Stave Church.
I want my father buried there.
Okay, so they have the ship he was on the Conqueror, and the Conqueror sails up there, and they clean him off and they put him in there. We've completed a mission.
We have.
We've taken Gibraltar.
What is that?
So we now officially have taken Gibraltar. So our for the next 15 years, our naval maintenance will go down by 10%, and we'll get a bunch of claims on a bunch of islands in the Mediterranean.
Permanently.
Hooray!
What is our next big objective that we have to do?
This one.
That's up to you.
Either that or Scotland.
Well, what was the one
So-
that had to? What was the missions for finding the new world?
Those are ideas.
Ideas.
Well, there are missions
yeah.
also.
Oh
but-
yeah, well we have missions because we technically have Britain's stuff, so of course they have like colonial missions like that.
But yeah.
But if you wanted to do the New World things, we'd have to adopt an idea that would allow us to do colony stuff.
What was it that we were gonna get if somebody else found the new world?
Okay, so
What was that menu? I can't remember. Just
So
say more
that was
info.
an institution. What institutions are is roughly every 50 years, an institution will spawn, and it spreads like how the Renaissance did before, where it slowly spreads. They each have their own rules, but when an institution spawns, every year that an institution is not adopted by you after it happens, your tech costs increase by 1% up to a maximum of 50%. And institutions have to be spawned for us to get into new eras. They give passive buffs to our empire. For example, eventually we'll get into the Industrial Revolution, and that stuff is an institution. So if we get colony stuff, we'll unlock colonialism, which will increase our trade power. But really, the only reason we give a shit about that institution is because we need that for the institution after the next one. Because there's colonialism, printing press, and then global trade. And global trade is required for us to get some of the later stuff.
Do we need to, like, have anything major go on in the New World, or can we just send somebody there and then...
We just have to discover North America in order to...
Theoretically, all you would have to do is discover it. So if someone else discovers it and we learn their maps, we're good.
Hey, why don't we just send a boat over there?
Because you can't go into the Terra... You can't go into the Terra Incognita unless you have an explorer.
Yeah, so there's a special kind of admiral called an explorer, and there's a special kind of general called a conquistador. And forces have to be commanded by one of those to go into any unknown territory, and to get either one of those, you need to get the quest for the New World idea. Which if we wanted to do that either means we'd have to delete one of the ideas we have, which you do not get refunds for the things we spent in them, or when we get Diplotech 14, we'd have to get it, which will be a bit from now.
Theoretically, you could refund economic ideas since we haven't put anything into it.
That would make me scream, and I would veto that as hard as I can.
I am alive.
Nah, we'll just wait for that, I guess. On the New World stuff.
Like I said, so colonialism normally would happen around 1550. And so what we'll do is by 1600, if it hasn't happened, what we'll do is we'll just force it to spawn, and it'll still come out and spread like it normally would, but we'll just force it to spawn.
Okay.
If no one else does it. That's why I'm saying we'll wait until 1600. Because someone else might just happen to do it. Maybe China will find the New World or something.
So what do we need to do then?
So that depends. So okay, so
well, it is
a
time.
bomb. That's sort of there's a bomb on your lap, okay, and that your father was trying to integrate Carthapathia, and Carthapathia is a state that we have that we are in a personal union with. They're all those like orange colors here in Europe. So the interesting thing is that the time it takes to do that is directly proportional to how much diplomacy points you spend and how big the territory is. And we spent a lot of points in it, and the territory they have is relatively small, but yet it still took forever. So we have a bad feeling that their vassal, Hungary, and Hungary is all of that sort of pinkish burgundy color in the east. We think that might be being absorbed as well. And if that happens, then all of that will become Greater Alba, and that whole governing capacity thing that we've been trying to fix for like the past 100 years will fuck right off all over again.
Yep.
And it's at 92% currently, and so when it gets to 100%, if you absorb all of that, what you might have to do is partition it, as in, instead of ruling it directly, you might have to take Poland and just make it a vassal, and you might have to take Hungary and make it a vassal, so that it doesn't cause us to crumble. Because we still have to annex France and Germany, too.
What that would mean for us, interestingly, though, is that when we decide that we want to absorb Francia, then we would absorb West Francia as well.
Yeah. Which I didn't know that was how that worked, but...
If absorbing Carpathia will also do Hungary, then that will also work. So
that would be an interesting little twist to that, yes.
Well, I'd like to fight Spain.
You can do that all you want.
We signed a peace treaty with them, so it'll be 10 years before you can fight them again.
Yeah.
I have to follow the tradition.
15 years, actually.
15 years. Okay, you gotta sit tight for 15 years. You also have that civil war your grandfather started, never finished.
Oh, what's the civil war?
The Gaeldom. The Gaeldom is still around.
Still got to do that. We still have a peace treaty.
It's so small.
That's territory that was controlled by Alba for fucking centuries. That is now controlled by some foreign power that's doing God knows what.
They're so small. How have we not taken them?
Because you can't
various reasons.
You can only take so much in a war.
So as the game goes on, you can only take so much to fill up a war score. As the game goes on, the cost for taking provinces will go down. because of just imperialism and conquest. We are not in the era yet to which we can point at a nation and take all of it.
Yet.
And the problem is that many of our subjects are very large. So we have to consume them over a period of wars.
Yeah, but once we have absorbed all that we have, then we can start expanding outward and taking other things.
We have Alhambra now, and Alhambra is really good. Alhambra is one of those good ones.
It is. We got to upgrade it before we get it really, really good, but that will actually really help us absorb
administrative efficiency.
Yeah.
I love administrative efficiency.
I love
That's
that
one of those
income
fucking
bonus.
late bonuses that they don't give you until the industrial era.
Are we either Muslim or Christian?
We are Christian.
We are
Either one of
technically
those?
Christian. We are the DeLorean faith is technically Christian. We believe Jesus.
What do we need to upgrade it further?
Money.
Yes. Well,
Only
first thing we'll have to do is core it and make it into a state, and then we'll have to convert it.
Yeah, there's a lot. So we're gonna have to do a lot down there. So we need to core it. We're gonna have to convert the populace because they are of a wrong religion, and all of that's gonna take a lot of time and effort. And then we'll have to actually build it. And the first stage will take 10 years, or we could sacrifice thousands of men to its construction. Then the second stage takes 15 years, and the third stage takes, I think, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you can sacrifice men or money to make it happen faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good. It's good. That's why I was thinking before we took that one thing, I was like, whoa, I remember Alhambra was down there.
It is time.
It is time.
I think we should move men into our territory, and then we can finish her out.
Yeah.
So
we got men all over the place, including random fucking islands in the Mediterranean.
That we do. You people will fix you later. You go here. Having a fort here in Gibraltar will be really, 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 really good.
Yes, it will. We'll want to fortify the piss out of Gibraltar. And probably Granada as well, simply because I don't want to lose... Because that's also mountains, and I don't want to ever lose Granada because it's got a thing.
Andalusia... Oh, in that war we eclipsed Andalusia, which gave us 20 power protection.
Yeah, we hit them with a police baton so fucking hard that they're not considered our equals anymore.
Yeah. But that does mean, I believe, we need a new rival?
I don't think so, because I don't think... Yeah,
the only one we can have is the Arabians.
We don't really have any equals that are near us.
Okay, well, it is 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
we're gonna move the armies around just a little bit, and then we'll end it. I want us to end it before the integration finishes, because that's gonna be a whole mess.
The great integration, as we call it.
Oh, the no culture people.
The no culture people are the Gaelic people.
Yeah, the proper people, the correct people.
What culture is Mainz the First?
Probably no culture.
Oh
no, he's Hungarian.
That's what I thought. Yeah, you're a foreigner.
You're wrong. You are in fact incorrect.
So I was wondering. I was like, why did they have that? So it's happened. Jordan, it's happened. We've had our first Gaelic Alban Emperor, non-Gaelic Alban Emperor.
Hatred.
So fast.
It happened.
Hatred.
So it started with. Oh god damn it! We're gonna lose this. Save it and turn it off.
I just wanted to move this arm.
I don't care. Save it and turn it off. Now we're losing stability.
Well, I gotta do this first because I don't know if it's gonna.
You don't actually. You can save it while that's on.
Will it still come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on in.
Or maybe we'll get lucky and it'll fucking not load.
That would also be lucky.
We won't have to fucking deal with its nonsense.
There. All right. Yay!
Yay!
I'm gonna move things.
I claim Gibraltar as a part of my legacy. I don't care what anyone else says.
You didn't do anything,
I'm
though.
sorry
did.
to tell you, but you're far too dead to argue it.
I know that I'm far too dead, but in my mind, it will always
Historians
be the
say
case.
I
that
took Gibraltar.
What dead men think historically doesn't matter.
I realize.
And so when you're like, I think that's mine, is what you say as you like shoulders shiver in your grave.
personally, I think your son just took over the whole damn thing and did a great job at it too, better than even you did.
He didn't even. He took 2 provinces.
I'm trying to think of.
He was there the whole time, actually.
I'm
He
trying to
took
think
2
of how
provinces.
history would represent that. They'd probably represent it as a fun curiosity. It wouldn't be like, oh, he actually took it. It'd be more like he started a war and didn't finish it. Because that's kind of like how some other... I'm trying to think, there's some other leaders who did that kind of thing. Where they had a war and then they just fucking died and it ended. Because it also ended immediately, so it'd be like you started a war and then it just stopped.
But the war didn't end. In Crusader Kings, it probably would have either started change. The winds would have shifted, or it probably would have just ended whenever I died. But yeah. Congratulations, Maines. You are now a person.
Woo!
And a great leader too.
I'm not some German jester anymore.
Congratulations.
I don't have anger person above me either. Just grunts at me.
He grunts and spits at you all the time.
He's gone now.
Thank
Buried
goodness.
him with Grandpappy.
A place he knew he didn't want to be.
Yep.
And it was good.
So
I will be buried in the royal tombs though.
But anyway, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and end it
You
here.
haven't remotely ever been to fucking Britain or Alba or anything like that. It's like the first time your body ever goes there is after you're dead and they bury you there as part of tradition.
Yep.
It's out of spite, but I understand.
The people the rulers we don't like will be sent to the big church with Grandpappy.
Oh, does that mean my legacy is that
They'll be sent to that northern pyramid.
Right, but they don't mean me though, right? I made the place and
well,
no,
you chose to be
like
buried
me. I'm
there.
Tyler the Frenchman. You like me.
But anyway, let's go ahead and end it here. If there's anybody else even still paying attention, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys again soon. Do it Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
We don't have anything special going on this time.
We don't.
I'm sorry, we like to be mean to Willie.
Last time it was a stream special. That's not a thing anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
Don't know what we're doing Thursday.
Bye.
Maybe 7 days.
Ooh, 7 days.
I will go down in history.
Bye-bye.